we've got about 4 or 5 things to take up before the jury comes in. One of them is the instruction that we're going to give to the jury regarding the fact that we are proceeding right now with 2 defendants instead of 6. I have a proposed instruction from the state. I didn't see any proposed instructions from the defense. Were there any?
We sent that last night.
To Ms. Persfield?
Yeah, 10:01, I believe. Let me make sure it went out of my, it's not stuck in my outbox or something.
Okay.
Verify. You saw it, Matt? Yeah, I saw it. You all saw it?
Okay, well, I don't have it, which doesn't mean Ms. Persfield doesn't have it, but she typically sends me what she gets, so and she'll be back with us in just a second. I have worked on a version based on what Mr. Abadi sent, but I'll obviously look at yours as well. Okay, so that's one thing. Then we have our witness list for the truncated week. There's a motion to limit autopsy photos. I guess this is from the drinks shooting. And then there's a motion to prohibit recall of Detective Thorpe, which I actually haven't even had a chance to read yet. But if either of those is not opposed, then we can handle those in short order. And then with regard to, when we actually left the jury last over a week ago, counsel for Mr. Nichols had moved for a mistrial, and I had denied a mistrial with prejudice, but inquired as to whether she was interested in a mistrial without prejudice. And of course, that issue is now moot. And I don't know what anybody who's still here's position currently is with regard to whether they feel any entitlement to a mistrial without prejudice, but I will hear from counsel for Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell as to that issue.
Mr. Kendrick is not interested in a mistrial without prejudice, Your Honor. So if that's not going to be granted,
all right.
One with prejudice is not going to be granted. We're not interested in without prejudice.
All right. Well, have y'all moved for one with prejudice with regard to
what
our last issue was?
I believe under the Harvey rule that all of us had joined that unless we specifically opted out.
All right. Okay. Well, that had been denied. So if there's nothing else with regard to that, y'all do not want one without prejudice. All right. How about you, Mr. Short, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell?
Good morning, Your Honor. We are in the same position. We are not moving for a mistrial without prejudice.
All right. Well, that takes care of that issue. How about let's look at our list of witnesses for the week. There are, thank you, 3, she brought it down to me, 3 witnesses who it is proposed not be shown on camera. And I believe the reason provided for that was each of those witnesses works in an undercover capacity. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection on that?
Mr. Kendrick only objects to investigator, I believe it's Starks, just because I'm not sure why they should not be shown when they're featured on the Facebook page of the APD throwing a football and their image is shown. So I think if there was a concern about not showing that particular witness, they wouldn't be publicizing his face on Facebook. Well,
It may be that their face had not been associated with their name, which is no longer the case.
Well, no. It features his name. I wouldn't have said it otherwise, Your Honor.
Okay, appreciate that. Is that the case?
Your Honor, I wasn't aware of that until this moment. I know that he also works in the same unit as Investigator Flores.
Is that on?
It's not okay. As to that investigator, Your Honor, we were unaware of that until this moment, so we're going to look.
All right, well, y'all check on that. That seems like a pretty valid objection, and no objection with regard to the other two. So we can circle back on Starks, who wouldn't be called until later in the week anyway. All right, that takes care of that. Ms. Percival, Mr. Weinstein said that they had also forwarded at around 10 p.m. last night, a proposed jury instruction. Can you see whether you got that? And if so, forward it.
If you don't see it, I can resend it to you.
I only see.
If you don't mind just resending it, it might be the easiest way to do
I'll
it.
resend it.
Sorry, I don't see it.
No worries.
All right, in the meantime, how about the autopsy photos? Have y'all, on the drinks killing, have y'all discussed what is or is not coming in on that amongst yourselves?
We haven't, Your Honor, although I'm not going to say at this point that I believe we need judicial involvement unless Your Honor wants to be involved.
All right,
I just
what-
saw that this.
Okay, why don't y'all get together and see if y'all can come to agreement about what would come in, and if there's disagreement after y'all talk, then y'all bring that back up to me. Okay, the recalling of Detective Thorpe. You want to just give me a summary?
Yes, Your Honor. As Your Honor knows and has been doing in this case, you have discretion and control over the way evidence is presented and witnesses that are called. One thing that, from my observations, has been important with moving this case along is when a witness testifies, and then we cross-examine that witness, you have been limiting the state on the redirect to the scope of the cross, which I think is important. Detective Thorpe testified previously as lead investigator for the Donovan Thomas case back in September, I believe, and he was on the stand for several days. The state, through discovery, provided me with a copy of a statement. There's been several statements made. This was around the time that Mr. Stillwell was in the car with Tiara Jones when she was shot, and then he was also served with arrest warrants at that time for Donovan Thomas. There is an interrogation that took place. Detective Thorpe is the individual who was in charge of questioning Mr. Stillwell. Detective Gaither walked in towards the middle of the interrogation. But this interrogation was never brought up by the state in their direct of Detective Thorpe back in September. I certainly did not bring it up. No defense counsel brought it up. So by recalling Thorpe and getting into this interrogation, that's something that they wouldn't have been allowed if, based on your Honor's previous rulings. Of course, every ruling is different, but based on your Honor's previous rulings, that would have been outside the scope of cross, or outside the scope of cross for them to get into that on redirect. And it just seems to me simply recalling him is just an end around of that rule that we've been abiding by.
All right, let me hear from the state on this matter.
So, Your Honor, with Detective Thorpe, he's going to be covering three, I'll call it categories of testimony. For one, he is going to be discussing Defendant Kendrick's statement to law enforcement that was pertaining to the Donovan Thomas murder. Also, Detective Thorpe was the lead detective, homicide detective, on the March 11th, 2022 murder of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford, which, as the state has articulated to this court before, is intrinsic to the Chamel drinks because it leads up to that murder.
Yeah, and I don't think the objection is as to that. So what's the third?
So, Your Honor, third is that the questioning, because Detective Thorpe is going to be testifying about those first two, the state's questioning of Detective Thorpe in relation to Defendant Stillwell's statement, I would proffer would be 15 to 20 minutes. The state intends to ask Detective Thorpe questions, not play the statement, which alleviates need for fights over redactions or playing to the jury. So in the state's legally, the state is calling a witness to testify about relevant admissible evidence, specifically two statements of party opponent. And so the state feels that there's not a valid legal objection to keep out relevant admissible evidence, and the state also feels that Detective Thorpe is going to efficiently cover three topics which could be different witnesses.
Okay, but with regard, I don't think the issue is as to the other two. It's as to talking to him about Stillwell's statement from November of 2015, a topic we seemingly already covered. Why should y'all be able to get into that again? Is there something about that statement that is now, I mean, I guess you're saying it's relevant to the Drinks murder? Is that what your position is?
No, Your Honor. My
Okay.
position is that with Detective Thorpe on the stand, he's going to be discussing he's going to be discussing both current defendants in this case, their testimony and statements that he gave with them. He was going to already be discussing Defendant Kendrick's
Yeah,
statement.
I understand the
Right.
other stuff.
So the state's position is that him discussing a statement of party opponent of Defendant Stillwell is legally relevant admissible evidence.
Okay, but
And we have not covered that statement with the jury.
in any way?
No, Your Honor.
They called Detective Thorpe to talk about this homicide.
This homicide being,
Donovan Thomas, 2015, January 10, 2015. And they never brought up my client's statement. They never, we certainly never brought up my client's statement. And we proceeded with trial since then with the understanding that they called the lead investigator in the case, and that wasn't what they, I don't really want to go get lost in the weeds. But I'll just leave it at that. They
Okay.
chose not to call to ask about that. Now they're asking months later to
Okay.
relitigate.
all right, so if you had Detective Thorpe on the stand talking to him about the Thomas murder already, which you did, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then it seems that that would have been the time to talk to him about Mr. Stillwell's statement from around that time. And I mean, I appreciate, we can do it efficiently, but you already had him on once, so why weren't you covering, why is now the time to be covering that instead of back when you already called him?
Understood, Your Honor. Part of what the timing of this is because of Detective Dennis initially discussed Defendant Kendrick's statement. Because that testimony on that day was excluded, Detective Thorpe is discussing that statement of Defendant Kendrick's. And because he's going to be discussing or testifying about that statement, the statement was in October with Defendant Kendrick. The statement with Defendant Stillwell is in November. And so the state feels that because he's going to be discussing that statement with Kendrick in October, it's relevant to have him briefly address the statement he also gave with Defendant Stillwell after that statement.
Well, that's a red herring, Your Honor, because the Dennis has nothing to do with the statement of Stillwell. He wasn't present. He couldn't
Right.
have testified to that. So, yes, they may be calling Thorpe for different things, and that's not my issue.
Right.
But they just can't lump in something that they should have asked about months ago.
So, Your Honor, the brass tacks of this issue is the state, of course, feels that this statement is favorable for the state's theory. Defense wants to keep it out, and the state's position is that a targeted question of Detective Thorpe, who was already, we're not adding a witness The reason I brought up the other matters is because I think it's relevant in terms of the efficiency of the trial if we have one witness covering 3 separate topics and a 15 to 20 minute questioning targeted of Detective Thorpe, who's already going to be testifying, is just relevant, admissible evidence that the state feels should not be legally excluded under a statutory or legal basis to exclude relevant admissible statement of a party opponent.
I mean, essentially, if you've been covering this trial, like, I don't know, incident by incident, I guess, which is sort of how y'all have been doing it, then you've already covered the Donovan Thomas murder with this witness. So it is like you're being able to do an in run around, well, gosh, we forgot to cover that on direct, and now we want to do it again. We want to redo. Essentially, we want to be able to recall him. And so why didn't you do it the first time?
Your Honor, I don't know exactly why the state, there's not some secret or tactician trying to be gained by putting this statement in now, to be quite frank with the court. It's just the state, and sometimes this happens in trials, where a witness can be recalled to talk about testimony that has not been discussed.
All right. I mean, but essentially that's what you're doing, right, is saying, okay, we haven't gotten to some of these things, but we'd also, while he's up here, like to be able to essentially recall him as to this other thing that we didn't cover before.
Well, Your Honor, the primary purpose of Detective Thorpe, and the reason I keep bringing up Kendrick's statement is because that's kind of, in the state's position, critical to why we're discussing this, because if he's going to be discussing one of the defendants in trial statement at this present time, because that prior testimony is not in evidence, the state feels that it's important to talk about the other defendant remaining on trial statement that was close in time, because we're going to be, that's the main reason for now, Your Honor.
We'll get to you in a minute. Mr. Shart, how would you be prejudiced by this? I mean, you know about the statement. You are certainly capable of cross-examining.
I hope I am, but I've known about the statement. But the state made decisions not to, and I think it was strategic. Their strategy quite well.
That might be giving them a little too much credit.
Well, it's ironic because Mr. Stillwell said things in his statement that were very helpful to Mr. Williams. And they chose not to put that into evidence. Now Mr. Williams is pled. Now all of a sudden they want to recall this gentleman to bring in that statement. And I've been proceeding with this trial over the last 3 months, under, I think, the fair belief, based on the way things have been going, that wouldn't be admitted into evidence. Now, I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus, but I find out about this. I see Detective Thorpe's name all of a sudden show up on a witness list when it wasn't on the upcoming witness list, and then it's, well, why are we recalling Detective Thorpe? And it's, well, to talk about Kendrick's statement, to talk about the Mac Miller and Darius Ford murder, which I get, but then it's like, oh, and we might ask him some questions about the statement your client gave that we didn't ask about back in September. And I don't think that's appropriate, and I think that I don't think it's appropriate to be able to recall witnesses repeatedly to highlight, when you want to highlight them, what their testimony is. If this was going to be brought out, then it should have been brought out in September.
I guess if I deny it at this point in time, the defense can put on whatever case they're going to put on, if they're going to put on a case. But I think that you had indicated before you had at least some defense case. Is that right? I mean, you had indicated that before. Anyway, if you do, then they get a chance to have a rebuttal case anyway, so they could put it up then. I mean, I guess we could do it that way.
Right. Assuming it was a logical rebuttal to
Yeah.
to what we presented.
All right. Do you pretty much know what it is they want to be getting about whatever he may have said
I don't.
in November of 2015?
I mean, there's a 120-page transcript. It's I don't know, an hour and a half, I'll say.
Your Honor,
You going to proffer what it is?
it's not a secret in terms of.
Go ahead.
The whereabouts of defendant Stillwell is the key issue. He states unequivocally he was in Miami.
Okay.
And so, on the day of the murder. And so that is the main point of, there's no hiding the ball with it. That's the main, it's his whereabouts on the day of the murder.
All right. Any further
Well, it's
argument?
it's not that simple because there was a
Did
statement.
he go to Miami with the crowd that went to
I
Miami
think the evidence
next
would
day?
show that he went the next day. And
Which
so,
is the day, I mean, it's easy enough to explain as well.
right. And so the video shows that Mr. Stillwell saying that he was in Miami. And then there's Detective Thorpe kind of unwinds that and says how that would be impossible. And then eventually Mr. Stillwell agrees. So, it's like when you boil it down to a one sentence, he said he was in Miami. That really doesn't give the whole story. Now we're opening up to the whole video once again and exactly what was said in the context, because it wasn't him just saying, oh, I was in Miami, period. It becomes clear that he thought he was in Miami that day. And then when they talk about, he puts himself with Kenneth Copeland in Miami. Mm-hmm. And then they say, well, Kenneth Copeland was in my office after the homicide, so you couldn't have been in Miami. And then eventually I think it's fair to say that Mr. Stillwell says, okay, I understand what you're saying. That's not a direct quote, but so that, I don't know why he's being recalled.
Okay, and why wasn't that presented to begin with, when you had him up here before talking about either the Thomas murder or when Mr. Stillwell came and gave a statement as a victim?
Your Honor, I don't know exactly why that was not presented earlier.
Okay, all right, I'll think about that. He's not going to be our first witness. Yes, sir, Mr. Weinstein.
Good morning, Your Honor. You mentioned end runs earlier today. If you recall, or maybe you don't know, Detective Dennis was the one that was supposed to be speaking about Mr. Kendrick's interview, and you rightfully sanctioned him. I would love for you to recall your righteous degree of anger at this point, but I won't bring that up.
Oh, I remember.
So I'd like you to keep that in your mind while I'm talking. But this is an attempt by the state to do an end run around that. Now, I know later you said that if they had witnesses on the list already, and they could go and then talk about things. So we had someone get up and start talking about, lyrics that wasn't initially supposed to talk about more than Nibin matches. But I don't believe that Thorpe was supposed to come up again, and this is just an attempt to get this testimony in about Mr. Kendrick's statement that was rightfully pretty much barred by you stopping Dennis. So I don't think they should be allowed to do this end run.
Okay, I barred Dennis. I didn't, but at the same time, y'all ask, well, can topics be covered? If they were going to be covered by him, could they be covered by other witnesses? And I said, as long as there was somebody on the witness list already, that they couldn't add people, but that if they already had somebody on the witness list who could cover those things, that they would be permitted to cover those things. So as long as we had Detective Thorpe somewhere on our witness list again, then I would deny that. So we had that long
I'm not. Was he on y'all's witness list
witnesses. Again? Was he on there anywhere?
I don't believe he was on there again, but before I make that representation, I'd like the state to verify that.
Well, we can check, Your Honor. I'm pretty sure he was, but if he wasn't, he was on
Yeah.
the main witness list.
Yeah.
The rules of evidence only require that the witness be included in the witness list.
Oh, I know. I don't know if you were with us yet when we had the debacle about Detective Dennis.
Well, no,
But that was a sanction. That wasn't an evidentiary ruling.
So Thorpe was not, I don't believe Thorpe was on the list to come back again. So this is an attempt to basically gut your sanction by bringing Thorpe back.
All right. If he was not on the witness list to be recalled, then I'm not going to permit it.
Your Honor, if I can recall our meeting at the bench, you didn't I don't believe you specified the
Yeah, I did.
shortened list. I think you said if he's a witness who's already been on the witness list, we cannot add anyone. But if he was a witness.
Okay,
on
we'll
the-
go back and check,
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
because that is not my recollection. My recollection is if they were going to be testifying anyway, but they could not be added.
And my recall is the same as Your Honor's. Otherwise, your sanction would be
Yeah.
utterly meaningless.
But that was,
We're not going to argue about it right now. We're just going to go back and check and see. Somehow, not sure how, since the court reporter who took that down isn't with us right now. But we'll see what we can do. And it was at a bench conference, so there's not going to be any watching the live stream of that and getting the answer. Okay, let's turn to this jury instruction. Does everybody have the proposal from the other side?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Essentially, y'all both got good language. I'm basically kind of just putting it together, and then I'll give y'all what I'm proposing. And if y'all wanted to make sure that I can either read them in or y'all can file those as your proposals if you want to for the instructions.
And, Your Honor, I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Are you planning on inquiring of the jurors if any of them cannot follow this instruction or?
I mean, no.
Okay.
That's not really what we typically do. It was just, I did it because, I mean, if you're asking somebody to disregard 3 days of testimony, that's a little unusual and more than they normally have to do. So that was why I did that in that instance.
Understood.
I just normally expect them to be able to follow my instructions.
When you're through with this, Your Honor, I just want to clarify something with the court.
All right, so I can send this to you, or I can read it, or both. What I'm proposing is, members of the jury, you will notice that certain of the defendants are no longer before you. For reasons that do not concern you, the prosecution of those co-defendants is no longer a part of this trial. You must not speculate, make assumptions, or draw any conclusions about the possible reasons for their absence, and their absence from this trial must not in any way affect your judgment or influence your verdict as to the defendants in this case, or I could say remaining in this case. You must base your deliberations and your verdict solely on the evidence presented, and an individual determination of guilt or innocence must be made as to each defendant. Thoughts?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's fine with Mr. Kendrick.
Okay. Good for Mr. Stillwell, good for the state? All right.
And Your Honor, I just want to, since we're down to two defendants, I just want to make sure that we're still operating under the Harvey rule.
Well, I mean, do y'all want to? Unless you say differently, I'll assume a motion made by one of you is adopted by the other.
And an objection as well, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and let's see where this witness list is. So Mr. Lee's still going to we're going to finish up with him, and he has, I would assume at this point, been instructed not to mention any incarcerations of any of the defendants.
He has been instructed, I'm going to re-instruct again now.
All right. Okay, and did either of the remaining defendants want any sort of an instruction? As you know, we had paused because he had mentioned a quay. Well, he had understandably read part of a post that said free quay. Anybody want any kind of instruction about that? Or at this point, would it? Okay. All right, anything else before we get the jury in?
May I just approach the evidence room?
Sure.
I just want to.
Laura.
Your Honor, could we get 5 minutes before you bring the jury out?
Sure.
Thank you.
And in that 5 minutes, maybe we can change that clock, because that's going to confuse me all day long, because we changed to standard time a couple of days ago, and that's still on daylight savings. So maybe during the break we could do that. All right, yes, let's recess for a few minutes.
We're putting a lot of faith in our IT department, Your Honor.
Anything we need to discuss before we get the jury in? I'll instruct them, and then we'll get Mr. Lee back on the stand. Nope, okay. Let's go ahead and get the jury.
You didn't. You have the.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I need to give you all an instruction, members of the jury. You will notice that certain of the co-defendants are no longer before you for reasons that do not concern you. The prosecution of those co-defendants is no longer a part of this trial. You must not speculate, make assumptions, or draw any conclusions about the possible reasons for their absence, and their absence from this trial must not in any way affect your judgment or influence your verdict as to these defendants in this case. You must base your deliberations and your verdict solely on the evidence presented, and an individual determination of guilt or innocence must be made as to each defendant. All right, somebody from the state, if you all want to get Mr. Lee back on the stand, we will finish up with his testimony. Thank you. All right, good morning, Mr. Lee. You can go ahead and have a seat, and I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. 38. Good morning, Mr. Lee. How are you? All right. I'm going to pick up where we left off. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 38NN. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Person, can you let her in? Thank you. Mr. Lee, looking at State's Exhibit 38NN, if you can tell us, what are you wearing in 38NN?
Shorts, jacket,
Okay.
mask.
And does the shorts and the jacket have words on it?
Yes.
What are the words?
Slap. Slap.
Do you
Make
have,
America slime again.
and what, who is the, do you know who's the designer of that clothing?
Who made it?
Yes.
Miles.
Miles. Is that Miles Farley?
Yeah.
And do you call him Slatto?
Huh?
Does he have a nickname?
Mouse.
Do you call him Slatto as well?
Do I call him that?
Yes.
If you go by that.
Have you called him that before?
Yeah.
All right. And in that picture, who is the person standing behind you?
Which one?
The one with his arm over your shoulder.
Look like Yak.
You said to look like, is it Yak or?
Yeah, I think that's him.
All right. And the person that's next to you in the tan jumpsuit, do you know who that is?
I don't know his name.
Okay. All right. And then the person who we can't see the face, do you sitting here now remember or know who that is?
I don't remember who that is either.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 39 and who is in that picture?
My two friends,
And who are they?
BB and Christian.
Okay. Do you know Christian's full name?
I forgot his last name.
Does the last name Eppinger sound familiar to you?
Yeah, I think that's it.
And BB, do you know his first name?
Rante.
And do you know whose Instagram posting this is?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you see on the caption 2 emojis?
I can't hear you. I mean, can you say that again?
Sure. Do you see on the caption 2 emojis?
Yeah.
What are the 2 emojis?
I don't know what the first one is.
Okay.
The second one looked like a snake, or it might be like, I don't know.
Okay. All right. As an artist, have you released a song entitled Where You From?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the writer of that song?
I didn't write it, but yeah,
So you didn't write any of the lyrics? Or
No.
Did you write some of the lyrics?
I just said it.
Okay. When did you release that song?
I don't remember.
All right. Did you work with anyone to compose that song?
Yes.
Okay. So did you give input to the writers about the song?
Not that I know of. I don't know. The label just dropped it.
Okay. But before the label dropped, did you have to go to the studio and record it?
Yeah.
Okay. And prior to going to the studio to record the song, did you have some words on the paper? How did you know the words you were going to say in the song?
I just said it.
Okay, so you never wrote it. You just spit it from your head.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a video from that song?
Did I shoot a video?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. And have you had the opportunity with me to watch that video?
Yeah, I think we did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked or previously marked as State's Exhibit 45NN. Is that the disc with the video that you watched a few weeks ago?
Yes.
All right. And when you watched that video, did it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you released for this song?
Yeah.
All right. Did it appear to have any additions or deletions?
No, not that I can recall.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender and admit State's Exhibit 45NN into evidence.
You may. gone from us for over a week that we need a few minutes, but we need a few minutes. So I'm sorry, I'm going to excuse y'all to the jury room. Yeah. And Mr. Lee, I'm going to ask you to step outside for a few minutes. Okay, so our first video is 45NN, which is being offered to show that it's filmed in the Cleveland Avenue area, and then connections with, and I think you said assertions about gang activity. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's go ahead and watch and listen to this one. And then you said there are 2 more or 3 more?
There's one more music video,
Okay.
which we believe is a party opponent admission. That's Mr. Stillwell's music video. And then there is not a video, Your Honor, but a vlog or a vlog video in
Okay.
which Mr. Lee and others are in.
Okay.
Where y'all nigga from? Ain't heard about y'all nigga. I'm God. Where you from, nigga? You from where? Let me call these folk real fast. Don't know nothing about you, sir. Look inside my eye, this ain't no cap or no facade. Where I'm from, them young niggas go down, feel the ride. Where I'm from, don't care about where you from, fuck your squad. Familiar with the paper, we get some bad boys. Where you from, throw your sick. 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 Where you from, throw that sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from? I'm from Pleaded. Throw your setup. I said, see where I'm from. These hoes be the setup. But where I'm from, nigga talk too much, then get wet up. And where I'm from, we told drunk, we don't let up. Goddamn, where I'm from, the slime underrated shit, the most hated. Ops hated, cause we getting this paper and we ducking cases. Bitches fakers, we done dogged them all, now they switching and trading. The city break, 7.62, I'ma rock crew that baby. 7.62, I'ma rock crew that baby. How the hell boo rat, little nigga, where the statement? See Lil Shannon, he the one that had them running with that cannon. Niggas clicking up like bitches, watch start acting. Yeah, look inside my eye, this ain't no cap or no facade. Where I'm from, them young niggas go down, feel the ride. Where I'm from, don't care about where you from, fuck your squad. Familiar with the paper, we get some bad boys. Where you from, throw your sick. 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 Where you from, throw that sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from, throw your sick. ATLANTAGA, that's where I'm from. South Atlanta, where I stay, aka the slum. I'ma rock that crew, thug and boo, you know the song. They know about tick, they know about nick, you think you slick, split his tongue. Tongue still walking, poked out down the road with them folks, he still walking. Still on the block with block life very often. Who the J got out, he wet life, now he bossing. Everything was slime, still. I'm slime, nigga. I ain't shit chain, nigga, shit still, nigga, slime, nigga. One of the guys, one of the bros, on the slime fucking your hoe, you know. One of the guys, inside my eye, this ain't no cap or no facade. Where I'm from, them young niggas go down, feel the ride. Where I'm from, don't care about where you from, fuck your squad. Familiar with the paper, we get some bad boys. Where you from, throw your sick. 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 Where you from, throw that sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from, throw your sick. Where you from, throw your sick. You know. There's people on that snake, man. Free the guys, you know, free to roll down the road. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I came from there too. Like thug, nigga. Let's do it.
And Your Honor, the entirety of the lyrics of this song is a part of the order that was filed. In this case, the lyrics order, Your Honor, it's enumerated as number 13 on the lyrics order. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, just as a general proposition, I'm not sure why Wooney Lee performing under Slime Life Shorty, a music video that he puts out, would be admissible in this case against my client and Mr. Kendrick, for that matter. Well, I understand the argument that they're all co-conspirators, and I understand that that's a jury question, but I'm struggling on the furtherance of a conspiracy, because I can't believe that we would all take the view, and just take the view as a society, that every song written is somehow in furtherance of a conspiracy, even if it's written by someone who's under investigation, as Wooney Lee was at one time. I'm not sure when this song was published, but to me, just because Wooney Lee was once a co-conspirator doesn't mean his out-of-court statements just come in. And in this song, he engages in fiction and in hyperbole. Says, free Shannon, he the one who had them ranning with that cannon. Those words I would submit are part of this song because they happen to rhyme, but just because they happen to rhyme doesn't make them accurate or have trustworthiness or admissibility. And I would certainly object to just playing the song written by someone else that Mr. Stillwell has nothing to do with the writing, the lyrics, the production of, that references him committing crimes with firearms. That seems highly inappropriate, and I'm not sure what rule of evidence would dictate that that would be admissible.
All right, if these lyrics have already been litigated, though, we're not going to relitigate them now. So I think this was covered in that prior order.
Yes, Your Honor. These specific words are covered in the order on page. Go down to the page. I want to get cite to the right page within the order, Your Honor. On page 35 of the order, when we list the lyrics that were litigated.
Well, I'll just put on the record that I wasn't exactly heard during that hearing. I don't believe. That's my personal feeling, and I'm just going to ask for, if we're sticking with the ruling back then, I'm going to ask for a continuing objection, and I just want to make
All
sure
right,
my
you can
objections
have
are
a
noted.
continuing objection, and to whatever extent you might be asking reconsideration, there is enough there that by a preponderance, this could be admissible under the co-conspirator exception. Now, whether the jury ultimately thinks that is the case or not is up to them, but evidentially speaking, the state has met its burden.
And Your Honor, the only thing I want to add is just the portion, and I don't want to relitigate all the lyrics, the portion about Free Little Rod, I would ask that that be redacted from the video as impermissible character evidence. I do appreciate that it's in the indictment, but it's in like page 40-something of the indictment. in a
Well, the
4-hour.
jury's going to have the indictment back with them when they go to deliberate, so whatever page it's on, they'll have an opportunity to look at it. And, you know, they'll be instructed to consider all of the issues that they're supposed to be considering in this case, so.
Yeah, and if I don't have case law at hand, and I don't even know if it would support my position, Your Honor, but it just seems that doing an end run around the rules of evidence by putting something in an indictment.
All right, well, that's not what the law holds, so I'm going to overrule your objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Y'all are not going to highlight that particular little 3 words, though, right? Okay.
No.
All right, next video. So that one is admissible and admitted over objection. What's the next? Can y'all cue up the next one? And what's the exhibit number for the next one?
Your Honor, this will be 47 NN.
Okay, and is this, you said this was a music video by Mr. Stillwell?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how is Mr. Lee introducing this one?
Because he's in the video, Your Honor.
Okay. And this you would be offering as what? You said an admission by a party opponent?
Yes, Your Honor, and this was also included in our lyrics order as well, Your Honor.
And so that's already, okay, so lyrics-wise, that determination has already been made. And you plan to play it also because there's something visually we need to see?
Yes, Your Honor, this music video was also filmed at the same, we believe the
Okay.
same Exxon gas station or Texaco gas station, as well as Mr. Stillwell is wearing a YSL chain in the video. They, some individual in the video used the YSL hand signals in the video. And it's only 30
Lord have mercy, we have litigated that issue to death, and y'all have shown that over and over and over again. So do we need it for anything other than that?
I believe the fact that they are filming it in the same location, which we believe is.
All right, can you show that in like a 20-second clip?
The whole video is 38 seconds, Your Honor, so it's a very
Okay.
short video.
When we're saying the same location, the same text code.
Let's just watch it.
And I ain't serving no pack, I'm trying to rob them. And I keep a stick, ain't no avoiding no smoke. Drop top, coupe, looking for who? Let it bang when you view. That's safe for you. Get you flipped in the scene, I'm on rodeo. I'm that slam they always talk about. Hash they never touching them. I just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. And my slime's a butter law. We ain't walking no court at all. Soon we open the door for y'all young niggas. Wipe shake these bodies off. And I wipe your nose in your femme face and just smile it off. Smile it off.
So he uses other language that we've discussed as far as wipe your nose. There's other individuals. Mr. Nichols is in this video as well as Mr. Lee is in this video, Your Honor. So the 38 seconds does more than just speak of co-conspirator statements, but also other evidence regarding the enterprise, Your Honor.
Can I just ask a question because it's unclear to me? When we're saying the same text code, what are we?
I believe that's the location at 151 Cleveland Avenue.
Oh, okay, on Cleveland Avenue.
All right. Any further argument?
I would just like a continuing objection. I know, I acknowledge it's been litigated.
All right. And then what's the third one?
Your Honor, the third one is, I guess they call it vlogs, video logs, Your Honor. There's only certain timestamps that are relevant, and so I can point to the certain timestamps that are actually relevant.
And then we'd only play those?
Only the relevant sections, yes.
Would be-
We only
okay.
play the relevant portions. It's a 12-minute video, so we're cutting it down.
All right, so just play the portions that you would propose to play.
Okay. So the first, Your Honor, is going to be 0 seconds to 18 seconds.
Tell me what the is going on.
I got about 24,000 on me right now. I feel like Kobe. 24 shots, within me, drop it on the coach me. Before I go, I'ma drop 20 more bags on these Southsides and niggas.
Now, we're going to not play it from PowerPoint, just play the actual video.
Whose vlog is this?
The vlog is called A Night with YSL and 4L.
Right, who posted it?
Hold on.
And is Mr. Lee in it?
Yes.
Okay. And is this offering anything new?
Yes.
What?
So it shows Mr. Lee, they're at a music studio. There's a portion that shows Mr. Williams in the video. It shows Mr. Kendrick in the portion. It shows Mr. Farley in the video. And then specifically, Your Honor, there's a portion in which Mr. Lee, in speaking with the cameraman and another individual, says something to the effect of, that's why we put that shit on a nigga's tombstone, Your Honor. And what we have is a picture of, that's already been admitted, of the word slat across Donovan Thomas's tombstone. And so he specifically said they're actually talking about slime right before he makes that comment, and he does his finger over his mouth as in to say, shh, that's why we put that shit on the nigga's tombstone. And again, we have a picture of slat over Mr. Donovan
Like
Thomas.
superimposed over his?
No, his mother went to
His actual tombstone has?
we could show you the picture, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I don't know how that could possibly fit with your theory of the case, but it's your case, so okay.
How slat across Donovan Thomas's tombstone? The word. That's the opposition gang defacing.
I know, that makes it really weird, but it's not for me to determine. Let me see that part of the video.
That's going to be it. 318 to 348.
Okay.
Real hot, bro. These niggas on life support. What that was on top?
God.
Good luck, boy.
Okay, good luck. Oh, shit, what's my God?
Zion Road on now. Mount Zion Road. You nigga was not at the bottom. Shit been telling on me. That ESPN got bomb on me because we blowing nigga down. Tattoo too. A long child with heart, with no sign of heartbroken kid shit.
I got ill out in 13.
Get what?
I refer young nigga with slime.
This shit is in blood. We wrote this shit in
I
blood.
probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on nigga tombstone.
Where your tattoos at?
And we'll stop it right here, then we can show you the picture of slat written over Mr. Thomas's tombstone. Additionally, there's a section where Mr. Lee says, we have more stuff than you, and then he says the only thing y'all have more than us is dead niggas. So that's another portion that
Deadness?
dead N-words. Dead N-words.
Oh, okay. All right, so you would then propose to play those two portions, because the rest of it before then,
And there's one more portion that has Mr. Darius Ford.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that Donovan Thomas's mother had slat engraved on her son's tombstone.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I got you now.
Okay.
It's graffiti over his tombstone.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
All right, so But the previous portions that are just, oh, it's this person and that person, the other person, we already know all of that, right? So it would just be these two portions?
And then one last portion, Your Honor, that I don't think associates Mr. Lee with Darius Ford, who was killed, is in this video as well, and that's a small portion at 9:08 to 9:11.
You're going to show that, or?
Yes, I'm
Okay,
showing it to you.
so it's going to be the 3:18 to 3:46 and potentially 9:08 to 9:11?
And then the portion I said where he says the only thing they have more is dead N-words, which
Okay.
is 054 to 133.
0:54 to 1:33?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Like 50.
You can pause right there. That's Mr. Ford, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that's it.
I'll hear from the defense on those three portions.
So, regarding the graffiti, I don't know why this, it seems to me like this is something that would be asked of Mr. Lee. And then if he, potentially this could be impeachment, but I don't know why the out-of-court statement in and of itself would be admissible.
Okay, so can y'all just ask him? Did you, during the filming of some video, did you say?
You're right. I think it is important for the jury to see the context in which he made this statement. This is not just a, hey, did you say this? They were literally talking about YSL, slime. He's showing his every slime play nasty. ESPN, we believe, is every slime play nasty tattoos. And then in the course of that, literally brags about putting something on someone's tombstone, Your Honor. Me asking him does not give the jury any of the context around how he said it, when he said it, and the fact of the matter is the smugness of what he says about it.
The what?
Why he says it. And
No, I heard just the last part.
The smugness.
The smugness
Of
with
how
which
he
said
says
it.
that. And I think that is important when this enterprise is claiming to not have killed Mr. Thomas, and it is the state's theory that this enterprise were the ones responsible for Mr. Thomas's death, and essentially even after his death, bragged about it in songs, in music, and in videos such as this.
All right, I'm going to permit that.
Can I continue objecting?
Yes. All right, if that's the only issue, then those other two portions are admitted without objection, and we can go ahead and get Mr. Lee and the jury back in. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton. That exhibit is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish State's
may.
Exhibit 45NN.
Where y'all nigga from? I ain't heard about y'all nigga. I'm God. Where you from, nigga? You from where? Let me call these folk real fast. Don't know nothing about you, sir. Look inside my eye, this ain't no cap or no facade. Where I'm from, them young niggas go down, feel the ride. Where I'm from, don't care about where you from, fuck your squad. Familiar with the paper, we get some bad boys. Where you from, throw your set. 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 Where you from, throw that set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from? I'm from Pleaded. Throw your setup. YSL. See where I'm from. These hoes be the setup. But where I'm from, nigga talk too much, then get wet up. And where I'm from, we talk drunk, we don't let up. Goddamn, where I'm from, the slime underrated shit, the most hated. The ops hated, cause we getting this paper and we ducking cases. Bitches fakers, we done dogged them all, now they switching in trade. The city break, 7.62, I'm a rock crew that baby. 7.62, I'm a rock crew that baby. How the hell boo rat, little nigga, where the statement? Free Lil Shannon, he the one that had them running with that cannon. Niggas clicking up like bitches, watch start acting, yeah. Look inside my eye, this ain't no cap or no facade. Where I'm from, them young niggas go down, feel the ride. Where I'm from, don't care about where you from, fuck your squad. Familiar with the paper, we get some bad boys. Where you from, throw your set. 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 Where you from, throw that set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from, throw your set. ATLANTAGA, that's where I'm from. South Atlanta, where I stay, aka the slum. I'm a rock that crew, thug and boo, you know the song. They know about tick, they know about nick, you think you slick, split his tongue. Tongue still walking, poked out down the road with them folks, he still walking. Still on the block with block life very often. Woo the jacket out, he wear life, now he bossing. Everything was slime, still. I'm slime. Ain't shit changed, nigga, shit still, nigga, slime. I'm slime. Only the guys, only the bros, only the slime, fucking your hoe, you know. Only the guys, inside my eye, this ain't no cap or no facade. Where I'm from, them young niggas go down, feel the ride. Where I'm from, don't care about where you from, fuck your squad. Familiar with the paper, we get some bad boys. Where you from, throw your set. 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 Where you from, throw that set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from, throw your set. Where you from, throw your set. You know. Rest people, long live Snake, man. Free the guys, you know, free to roll down the road. You know what I'm saying? It's not like.
And we're going to end it at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. Just a few questions. Where was that video, like portions that was at a gas station? Where was that gas station located?
Well, right here?
Yes.
On Cleveland.
Okay. Do you know the address on Cleveland, where it is?
No.
Let me ask you, is this the gas station that is across from the old McDonald's?
It might be the Chevron. I don't know which one it is.
Okay. Now, in that song, you talk about the ops. Who would you consider to be the ops of YSL?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Somebody in the song, in the song, I don't know who I was talking about. It's just something cool to use or say in your song.
What about outside of the song? You said that YSL is a gang the last time we talked. Who would be considered the ops of YSL, the gang?
I guess whoever say they is.
Who would you consider to be some of the ops of YSL, the gang?
Nobody.
Nobody. Okay. Do you consider YFN Lucci an op of YSL?
I don't consider him a YSL.
Within Instagram, have you ever talked about Lucci specifically with other individuals of YSL?
Yes.
Okay. And have you talked about him in a positive way, a negative way? What do you think?
Maybe clowning.
You clowned him?
Yeah, or
How-
laughing at something.
Okay. Do you recall ever speaking with Mr. Garlington about YFN Lucci specifically?
Yeah, it was a post on Instagram that was funny.
Do you ever recall speaking to Mr. Garlington in a direct message about YFN Lucci?
About a post that was made on Instagram, yes.
Okay. And do you recall what your conversation was with him, with Mr. Garlington?
Nah, I don't remember it by heart.
Okay. And Your Honor, while Mr. Sharp is looking at that, I want to approach.
I have a specific objection to my need to approach.
Okay. You have, that's in that packet I gave you. Okay. Mr. Sharp, I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. You have permission to approach?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Lee, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 69 and N. And looking at 69 NN on the first page, page 1296, I want to direct you towards the bottom of the page. Do you see a message between yourself and an individual, Scarface, spelled SXAR_FAXE?
Yes. Yeah.
And looking at the bottom of that page, do you see a conversation in which Scarface sends you a message that says, on God, what them N-words must done? They said something crazy. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that message on February 19, 2019?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you see something where you respond to him and say that N-word Lucci and some N-words said something about don't say slat because they rats?
Yes.
Okay. And is that also on February 19, 2019?
Yeah.
All right. And then does Scarface respond to you on the same day and say, F them boys, I'll have to talk to you in person?
Yeah.
And then on the second page, do you respond, say no more slime?
Yeah.
All right. And is that you talking about YFN Lucci?
I think, I don't know, because I don't remember the post, but I think so. I mean, I don't know who else that could be.
Okay. All right. Now, have you had the occasion to be in a video of a rap song with Mr. Shannon Stillwell?
You said, did I do a video with him?
Have you been in a video with him with one of his songs?
I think so. I don't know if it was his song, but yeah, he was on there.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to look at that video in preparation for your testimony?
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 47NN. Is that the video with Mr. Stillwell that you are also in the video?
On the CD you just gave me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's see.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State Exhibit 47NN into evidence.
All right, that's admitted, subject to the continuing objection.
And I ain't serving no pack, I'm trying to rob him for something. And I keep a stick, ain't no avoiding no smoke. Drop top, coupe, looking for who? Let it bang when you view. That's safe for you. Get you flipped in the scene, I'm on rodeo. I'm that slam they always talk about. Hash they never touching them. I just beat a murderer. Pay my lawyer 30 for that. And my slams above the law. We ain't walking no court at all. Seem like we open the door for y'all young niggas, wave shake these bodies off. And I wipe your nose, sit in your family face, and just smile it off. Smile it off.
Now, on the side of that video, on the caption, do you see where it says OG.Bull slat talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Is slat a word that is used by members of YSL?
Slat?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And what does slat mean?
Your Honor, if we're going to publish this, I'm going to ask if there's a way we could move that box so that the jurors could fully.
I can't see what you're seeing on that screen, but if it's one of those gray boxes that seems to float a lot of times, can y'all do something about that?
We can't,
I can't even see what it looks like.
it's the the podium screen, but I don't think it fixed. I don't think it fixed the other cameras.
Well, this is the one the jury sees.
Right, it's still, okay,
Is it on that
Yeah.
one?
we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Field.
Fixed?
Yes,
Okay,
fixed.
great.
Blurry, but fixed. What does SLAT mean?
It's just a word to use, like lingo,
Okay.
slat.
And does SLAT have a
Anything.
specific?
It can mean anything you want, however you want to use it.
Does SLAT mean slime love all the time?
If you want to use it in that way, you can, but it's up to however you want to use it.
Have you used that to mean slime love all the time?
Not that I can remember, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you recall taking a plea in this case?
Yes,
And do you recall filling out some documentation when you took the plea in this case?
yes,
All right. And in that documentation, was there a definition of what SLAT means?
I don't remember by heart.
Okay. Will taking a look at a copy of your plea agreement help refresh your memory as to whether or not there was a definition of what slime love all the time means?
No, I didn't say that wasn't a definition. I'm just saying, like, you asked me what do it mean. I'm telling you, it can mean whatever you want it to mean, however you want to use it.
Okay. So just so I'm clear, though, is that one of the ways you can use it?
Yeah.
All right. Now, in that video, where was that video filmed?
Can you put it back up here? I wasn't even paying attention.
Sure. In looking at that freeze frame, are you able to tell where that video was filmed?
I can't really see the background, but I just know it's outside.
Okay. Does that look like the same gas station where your video was filmed?
I don't remember. That's why I asked, can you play it again? But it might be. I don't know.
All right. We'll play a few seconds of it.
And I ain't serving no pack, I'm trying to rob him. And I keep a stick, ain't no avoiding no fuck.
Yeah, that's like a gas station.
The same gas station where your video was filmed?
It might be. I don't know.
Okay. And in that video, do you see Miles Farley?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also see Mr. Quamarvius Nichols in that video?
I don't know. I don't know. If he was, I wasn't paying attention.
All right. And in that video, is Mr. Stillwell wearing a YSL chain?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know if Mr. Stillwell was ever signed to YSL, the record label?
I don't know. I know he was trying to get signed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, a few years ago, did you have the occasion to be present at a hearing involving Mr. Rodalius Ryan and Damone Blaylock?
Yes.
And were you present in that hearing to support Mr. Ryan and Mr. Blaylock?
Yes.
Okay. At some point during the course of that hearing, did you ever send a brain emoji or a rat emoji to a young lady by the name of R. Smith?
Can you repeat that? Somebody
Sure.
was coughing.
So, at some point during the course of that hearing, did you ever send a brain emoji and a rat emoji to a young lady by the name of R. Smith?
Think so, yeah.
Excuse me, M. Smith. I'm sorry. What was your purpose of sending a rat emoji?
Because she was lying.
Okay. And why did you send her a brain emoji?
Because she was lying, and I just didn't know what was wrong with her brain.
Okay. Did you make any postings about Mr. Ryan after that hearing? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, I think we need to approach just very briefly.
All right.
Now, in the picture that you posted, do you remember the words that you said? Just generally, do you remember the words that you said?
What picture?
I believe I asked you after that hearing, Did you post Mr. Ryan on social media?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall that post?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the words that you said in the post?
Yeah.
All right. Specifically, I'm going to ask you about a portion that says, I'm sorry we made you thug early. Excuse me. P.S. I'm sorry we made you thug early, little thug. Do you recall posting that?
Yes.
Okay. What made you post that?
I was listening to a song and it reminded me of his situation. That was the lyrics to a song, Lil Boosie's song.
Okay. And what specifically about we made you thug reminded you of Mr. Ryan?
Like in the song, he referenced to himself as how the streets or your environment can take a childhood away from a kid, whether you're guilty or innocent or whatever the situation is. And I just felt like that related to his situation, that he had to grow up in the streets, and streets can strip a child of a childhood.
Okay. All right. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
And showing you what's been marked as 44 NN, is this the post that you made?
Yes.
All right. And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the post that you made? Does it look like the post?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender 44 NN into evidence.
Subject to prior objections, which I think are.
All right. Can y'all approach, please? And we're going to take a quick bathroom break while we discuss this next thing. Sure. We'll just probably take her after lunch. We'll just get through Mr. Lee and then break for lunch.
Thank you, we appreciate that, Your Honor.
All right, let's get the jury, please. Thank you. Y'all can be seated. And States 44, the picture is admitted. Go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you. May we publish 44N?
Okay.
Now, is that the picture of the post that you made?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, a few moments ago, we talked about you sending the witness a rat emoji and a brain emoji. Have you heard of the term snitching?
Have I heard the term?
Yes.
Of course.
And what does snitching mean?
Telling on somebody or lying on somebody to make them go down for something.
And have you seen the rat emoji associated with snitching, or rat? That's a rat associated with snitching.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a location called The Web in the Cleveland Avenue area?
I'm familiar with hearing the term, hearing the word, yeah.
And what is The Web?
It could be like wherever you decide to go chill at.
Well, I'm talking specifically, are you familiar with a specific location in the Cleveland Avenue area called The Web?
It's multiple places called the Web.
Are they all in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Okay, so I'm talking specifically about Cleveland Avenue. Do you have a place in Cleveland Avenue that you are familiar with called The Web?
Yes.
Okay. Where is it located?
The park,
When you say the park, what do you mean?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Okay. Are you familiar with a home that is called the Web in Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, I heard somebody say that before.
Have you ever been to the Web?
Not that I can remember. I don't think so.
Do you know what street it is on?
On Cleveland.
Now, as an artist, do you all sometimes do vlog videos or vlog videos?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what is a vlog video?
Just a video that you make. I mean,
What
a
happened?
vlog is just a video.
Okay. And what normally is happening in the video?
People talking or doing stuff. I don't know. Whatever you want to do in the vlog video.
Have you had the occasion to do a vlog video titled "A Night with 4L and YSL"?
I know the video that you're talking about, but it's not my vlog video.
Okay. Are you in the vlog video?
Yes.
Okay. At portions, do you talk to the camera in that video?
Yes.
At portions, do you take the actual camera and start filming other people in the video?
Yeah.
All right. What is 4L?
For life.
Is 4L also a group?
It can be if you want it to be, but it's basically anybody can use it. Like,
have you had an opportunity to look at that video prior to your testimony today?
can't say that again.
Have you had an opportunity to look at that video prior to your testimony today?
I think, yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 46 and N. Is that the video that we are referencing?
Yeah.
All right.
That's the title of it, I think.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to admit 46 and N and publish the relevant portions.
All right, that's admitted.
First, we're going to start at 9:08 seconds into the video.
Crazy, man.
And we're going to pause. The individual with the white shirt with the cup in his hand, who is that?
You said with the what in his hand?
The white shirt and the cup in his hand.
It look like Big.
Okay. Do you know Big's real name?
Darius.
All right. And the person with the pink hat, who is that?
I can't see their face that good.
Okay.
It look like R5.
R5?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know his real name?
No.
Okay. All right. Now I want to show you, starting at 54 seconds to 1 minute and 33 seconds.
Y'all know we on tour. You better keep your distance. Don't come to no club. Don't come outside. Don't do shit. Stay your ass in your mama house. You better be in your mama basement. You making beats and shit. Don't bring your ass.
Now, first things first, is that you?
Right there, yeah.
Okay. And that's you speaking, correct?
Yeah.
All right.
Out the house. Hey, look though. You niggas soft as fuck. You niggas pussy. Y'all got more money than you nigga had. More you nigga had. More brr than you nigga had. More whatever. I don't think y'all nigga got more than us. Is dead now.
This in your video?
Yeah. You niggas got more dead niggas than us. Hey, I don't think these niggas got more than us. Is dead niggas.
And we'll pause right there. Is that you when you said the only thing that they have more of us is dead in words?
You said, was that me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And now lastly, I'm going to show you 3 minutes and 18 seconds to 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
What you say, 3 minutes on what?
I'm going to show you 3 minutes and 18 seconds to 3 minutes and 48 seconds.
What that was on top?
God.
Good luck, boy.
Okay, good luck. Oh, shit, what's my God?
Zion Road on now. Mount Zion Road, you nigga was not at the bottom. Shit been telling on me. That ESPN got bomb on me because we blowing nigga down. Tattoo, too. A long child with heart, with no sign of heart, broke kid, shit.
I got ill out in 13.
Get what?
I refer young nigga with slime.
And I'm going to pause right here for a quick second. You said that you had ESPN tattooed on you. What does ESPN mean?
I don't know.
Have you ever heard every slime play nasty?
Yeah.
Is that one of the meanings of ESPN?
I guess, if you want it to be.
Have you ever used ESPN to mean every slime play nasty?
Not that I can recall. I don't remember.
Okay. When you tattooed that on your body, did you tattoo it to mean anything specific?
I seen somebody with it first, and it looked cool, and I got it.
Okay. Are there other members of YSL that have that ESPN tattoo?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
It's in blood. We wrote this shit in blood.
I probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on nigga tombstone.
Where your tattoos at?
And did you say we wrote that shit on blood? We also wrote that shit on a nigga tombstone?
ESPN?
No, we'll go back. You can tell me what you were referencing.
Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah, you just said what?
What you said?
Okay, let's go back. To about 3:38.
Yeah, shit.
I got ill out in 13.
Get what?
I refer young nigga with slime.
This shit is in blood. We wrote this shit in
I
blood.
probably had it before slime.
And we also wrote it on nigga tombstone.
Where your tattoos at?
Right. Do you say we wrote that shit in blood and we also wrote that shit on a nigga's tombstone and went like this? Shh.
That what it sound like I said.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 4Y. Showing you what's been admitted as 4Y. I want to zoom in. Is that a tombstone?
It looked like it.
Okay. Are you able to see the name of the tombstone? The name on the tombstone?
It say Don. I don't know what the rest of it say, but Thomas Jr.
All right. And do you see the word SLAT graffitied over his tombstone.
Yes.
And I asked you earlier about the ops. Would Donovan Thomas Jr. be considered an op of YSL?
I don't know. Not that I know of. I don't know.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Charter, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, court. Mr. Lee, good morning. How you doing today?
I'm all right.
All right. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay, and you know Shannon, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Want to ask you about this, the picture you just saw of the tombstone. You ever see that picture before today?
When they showed it to me, I think.
When who showed it to you?
She showed it to me last week, I think.
She being the prosecutor?
Yeah.
Miss Hilton?
Uh-huh.
Okay. So, and you, on that vlog, I think you're calling it a vlog, you made a reference to a tombstone, correct?
Uh-huh.
All right, and were you referencing Donovan Thomas's tombstone?
No.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you about Donovan Thomas's tombstone, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Did you deface Donovan Thomas's tombstone?
No. I actually thought that was I thought somebody just made that. I didn't know somebody actually went there and did that to his real tombstone in real life.
So, when you're saying you actually thought that, are you talking about when you made that vlog, you thought that, or?
I wasn't talking about that. I wasn't talking about his tombstone because I was talking about ESPN, and I said we wrote ESPN on the nigga tombstone. I never said we wrote Slat on the nigga tombstone. I ain't hear that in the video. So I wasn't talking about his tombstone.
Okay. So let me just ask you this. You said you personally did not deface any have you defaced any tombstones?
No.
Okay. Have you been present for the defacing of any tombstones?
No.
Okay. Regarding the picture you just saw on the screen of Donovan Thomas's, or the tombstone that said Donovan Thomas, do you personally know who did that?
No.
Okay. Do you know if it was one of your friends that did that?
I think I would know if they did that, but I don't know them doing that.
Do you know if it was another rapper who did that?
No, I never heard nobody. I never found out or heard nobody say they knew who did something like that.
Do you know if it was a fan who did that?
I don't know who did it.
Okay. Do you know when it was done?
No.
Okay. Mr. Lee, what is your profession?
Music.
Okay, you're a musical artist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and in common terms, you're a rapper, you're a hip hop artist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about your profession, okay? Is that okay? All right. When did you start deciding that maybe you wanted to be a musical artist? What age?
I think when I got out of high school, like 18, probably.
Okay.
Around 18.
Okay. Is that when you started, and how old are you now?
25.
Okay. Is that at age 18, is that when you started rapping and working on your craft, or had you been working on it beforehand?
I mean, I worked on it before, but that's when I took it serious.
Okay. Well, I want to talk about before you started taking it
Okay.
serious. Okay. When did you start writing down lyrics?
8th grade.
8th grade. Okay. Did you, I understand that you, as an 8th grader, you might not have been taking it serious or as you view serious as now.
All right.
But if I asked 8th grade Mr. Looney Lee what he wants to be, did you want to be a rapper back then?
I think I did. I just didn't have the confidence.
And did you grow up in the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you the only person in your class who wanted to be a rapper?
No.
Okay. Did a lot of the young men and women, boys and girls that you went to school with, want to be rappers?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a common dream in the neighborhood that you're from?
Yeah. It's almost the only dream.
Okay. Now, 8th grade, we're talking about age 13, is that fair?
I think so.
Okay, so we got, and you testified that you started taking things serious at age 18, so we got about 5 years between 13 and 18. Were you doing music that entire time?
On and off.
Is that why you say you weren't taking it seriously?
Yeah, like on and off. I was doing music.
When did you start going to studios?
Real studios.
Any studios?
Told you 8th grade.
8th grade.
It was
okay.
a house studio though, like in somebody's house.
Where they have computers set up
Yeah,
and the ability to mix music and record,
Yeah.
etc. But not at the level that you get from a commercial studio.
Right, yeah. It was in a closet.
Okay. All right. When you said you started taking it seriously at 18, what changed? What is different between 17 and 18-year-old Looney Lee as far as his music?
I mean, I was older, so I was able to go to real studios and see bigger things in music. I don't know. And it made me like, I mean, I guess because I was older and I was able to stay out longer or go to studios and stay out late with my friends at the studio. So it made me just like, I mean, I had the time to take it serious. I had the opportunity to take it serious now because I'm 18.
Gotcha. At some point, have you been able to sign a record deal?
Yeah.
Okay, who do you have a record deal with?
Alamo Records,
And where are they based out of?
New York.
Do they have any sort of affiliation with YSL, the record label? Other than you?
At all? You saying like, I mean, I don't know.
Are they one and the same?
What you mean?
Are they one and the same? Do the people that run YSL record label run Alamo?
No.
Okay, are they the same people? Do the people that run Alamo run YSL?
No.
Record label, okay. All right. And what year did you sign with Alamo?
2018.
Okay.
I was 19.
Okay.
I think that's 2018.
How many albums have you made in your career?
Tapes, I mean, 3.
3, okay. And when you say 3, how many songs have been released under?
On each one?
Yeah.
Maybe like 12 to 14 on each one.
Okay. And you rhyme under the name Slime Life Shorty, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you had hit songs?
Yeah.
Okay, could you tell me what your most popular songs are?
Don't Worry. Don't Worry, Baby Boy.
Don't Worry?
Yeah.
Okay. When was that released?
Like 2020 or 2021, one of those years.
Okay.
I think it was 2021.
As a signed artist, do you perform live?
Yeah.
Okay. How often do you perform live?
Whenever I get booked,
How often is that?
like every other weekend.
Okay. And how many people are you performing in front of on average?
I don't even remember the total. I'm just saying it's like whatever the club capacity or the venue capacity is, like that.
Thousands, is that fair to say?
Not thousands, but yeah.
Okay, about 1,000?
Yeah, 1,002, maybe, I don't know.
All right, now let me ask you this. As a signed artist, I'm not talking about when you were starting out, as a signed artist, do you have a team behind you at the record label?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they book your shows for you?
Management do that.
Okay. All right, management does that. How about designing the graphics on your albums and things like that?
Yeah, they do that.
Okay, how about studio time? Who's in charge of booking studio time and paying for studio time?
The label and managers.
Okay. And your social media presence right now, do you have Instagram, Twitter, etc.?
Yeah.
Okay, and what is your moniker on Twitter, for instance? Is it Slime Life Shorty?
I don't even know. I don't even run my Twitter. My label and team do that type of stuff.
That was my next question. So as a signed artist, are you responsible for the tweets that you put out?
No.
Are you responsible for the Instagram posts that you put out as a signed artist?
Not 100% of them.
Okay. Does your record label utilize social media to garner their artist, you, attention?
Yeah, like they might feel like they know the best things to post or to say.
Is it part of a promotional plan?
Yeah.
Okay. These studio sessions that you're able to have the label book for you now, are those, who pays for those?
The label, though.
Okay. And are those typically at night or during the day?
It's really, you asking when do I book studios or when do
Yes.
people book studios?
When do you book studios?
Typically nighttime.
Okay.
Typically.
And just for my education, sometimes when people say, I'm at the Yo or I'm going to the Yo, what is the Yo?
Studio.
Okay, Yo is short for studio. Okay. Now, with what you have going on in the year 2024, with this label behind you, are you able to use your music to provide for your family
Yes.
and your children?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you view your music, your experience in the music industry as a success?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit about your efforts to break into the music industry, okay? All right. In those years before you were signed, you said you went to people's houses to record?
Yeah.
Why did you go to people's houses as opposed to the studio?
I didn't have no money to book my own studio.
You didn't have the funds?
Yeah, I didn't have the funds to book a real studio session or my own studio session.
Okay, and when we're talking about booking a studio session, I think I know what you mean, but I want to make sure everyone does. You have to rent the room, correct?
Right.
And then you have to also pay an engineer.
Yeah, you got to pay the engineer. Yeah, like whatever he charged per hour.
Okay. So back then when you didn't have those funds, you were recording in people's houses. How about your social media at the time? Alamo wasn't running your social media when you were, before you were signed, were they?
No.
Okay. Who was in charge of your social media?
Me.
Okay. And did you try to use social media to increase the public's awareness of you as a rapper?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me some ways in which you would do that?
I guess my name, Slime Light Shorty.
Okay. Did you use hashtags?
Yeah.
Did you talk about upcoming projects that you had coming out?
Yeah.
Did you include pictures of you at the studio or maybe the home studio working on your craft?
Right, yeah.
You wanted the people to know that you're on the grind, that you're producing music, correct?
Yeah.
You wanted people to know about you. Okay? Did you include references to YSL
Yes.
in your songs
Yeah.
and in your social media posts, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and YSL, of course, is a label that at the time, you're younger than Jeffery Williams, correct?
Yeah.
At the time when you were trying to make it through, YSL, in fact, had a very popular artist on that record label, correct?
Yeah.
Being Jeffery Williams performing as Young Thug, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Associating yourself with YSL is in your experience, were you able to bring in fans and potential fans and get them to pay attention to you by doing that, by associating yourself with YSL?
Of course.
Okay. Was that part of your strategy?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. When you were just trying to make it, did you release songs on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay, like we just saw a song performed by Shannon, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and that song was on YouTube, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and it was only, I think, probably about 45 seconds long or something like that, shorter than the usual song, correct?
Right.
Okay, that sort of short song released on YouTube, is that something that before you made it, before you were signed, is that the type of thing that you would release on YouTube to get attention?
Yeah. Videos on YouTube, yeah.
All right. That vlog, we keep calling it, A Night with YSL. I know that wasn't the label that you gave it. 46NN, it's in evidence. Is that the type of media that you would put on YouTube to garner attention to yourself?
Yeah, rappers do that.
Okay. Do you do that?
I was a part of that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that the only vlog you've ever released to the internet?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I
So,
never really released no vlog. I mean, like, I didn't release it, but I guess, like, you know, the cameraman, the camera crew that be around or whatever, they release it and name it whatever they want to, but yeah.
but you took part in it.
Yeah, yeah.
You willingly took part in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you wanted people to see you on the internet because you thought that would boost your career and the number of people that would potentially buy your music, correct?
Yeah.
So, in your experience as an up-and-coming rapper, songs released to YouTube, that's part of the process, correct?
Yeah.
Blog posts with hashtags that reference YSL or other popular rappers, that's part of the process, correct?
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about your relationship with my client, Mr. Stillwell. What year did you meet Mr. Stillwell?
Probably 2019, maybe.
Around.
I don't remember by heart.
Okay. You did not know him back 2014, 2015, 2016, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in 2019, when you met him, would you consider him a friend?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how often would you see each other? back in 2019, 2020?
Whenever he came to the studio or somebody was shooting a video or something like that,
Okay.
or a show or something.
So you just named three things: Shannon coming to the studio, someone shooting a video, or at a show. Let's unpack that. First of all, it seems that you're saying that your relationship with Shannon, you were friends, but it revolved around music. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's how we met.
Okay. When you say at a show, whose show would you see him at?
Their show, when they performed their song, or my show, or anybody who had a show that was around, they were rapping.
Okay. Music videos. Has he ever been present at any of your music videos?
I think so. I don't know. I can't remember.
Have you been present at his?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, we talked, I think it's fair to say you're signed, and you're at a certain level in your career now in 2024. When you met Shannon in 2019, to your knowledge, was he signed to a record?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. To your understanding, was he at that point in the process that you had been years before?
Yeah.
He's trying to make it, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get attention,
Yeah.
trying to get eyes on him.
Objection, that is speculation.
Sustained.
Okay. You mentioned seeing him at the studio. In that year, 2019, 2020, that time frame, how many days a week would you be in the studio?
Maybe 4 or 5 days out of the week.
Okay. And at that point, these 4 or 5 days of the week, that's Alamo Records paying for your studio time at this point, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what studios would they rent for you?
It was different studios. I don't remember all the names of them, though.
Okay. What area of towns were they?
Like, Atlanta Station, like Northside Drive area. Around that area, Northside Drive somewhere.
Northside Drive, Atlantic Station. Were there any around Cleveland Avenue?
It was a studio in Cleveland, but it wasn't, the label didn't book it. It was just somebody we knew.
Okay. What about on Fulton Industrial?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Do you know an individual by name of that goes by Mook Toven?
Right, yeah.
Okay, who is Mook? And that's Mooktoven. Who is Mook Toven?
That's the guy that had the studio on Cleveland Avenue at first. Then he moved around different places.
Is he someone that I guess your record label or an individual would contact to book a studio session?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Miss Knight, could you do me a favor? Could you publish 38NN? Okay. Mr. Lee, I want to talk to you about this post that the state has admitted as 38NN into evidence. Okay, Mr. Stillwell's not in this photo, correct?
All right.
All right. Now, I see you wearing a hoodie and a pair of shorts that say SLAT and Keep America Slime, and it has make I think it has make crossed out, and it says keep America slime. Is this, who made those clothes?
Miles.
Okay, when you say Miles, who's Miles? Miles, is that Miles Farley?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Miles Farley a rapper?
Nah.
Does he
He
want to try to be sometimes?
He tried to be before.
Okay, but the reality is, he makes clothes.
Yeah.
That's how he makes a living, correct?
All right.
And he sells these clothes around Atlanta and around the world, correct?
All right.
Okay. And these particular clothes that you're wearing were in fact made by Miles Farley, correct?
Yeah.
And is Miles Farley a friend of yours?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and does Miles Farley, these clothes that he sells, is it limited to only people that are rappers for YSL? Or does he sell it to the public?
He sells it to anybody who want to buy it.
Okay. And these clothes that you were wearing today, did Miles Farley, or clothes that you were wearing the date that this photo was taken, did Miles Farley give you those clothes to wear?
Yeah.
Okay. And did he ask you to wear them?
I'm pretty sure he probably wanted me to wear it.
And did you wear these clothes to do Miles Farley a favor?
Yeah.
To get his clothing brand out there so more people would buy those clothes.
Right.
And so that he could make a living
Right.
in his lane of this hip hop universe, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Miss Knight, could you do me a favor and publish, where are we? No, excuse me, 39 NN. I'm sorry, 36 NN, I apologize. Okay, let's talk about 36NN, State's Exhibit 36NN. Who's in that photo?
Me and Shannon.
Okay. And where was this photo taken?
At the studio.
At the studio?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you see the words to the right, the caption?
Yeah.
And this is on OG Bull's page?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, those words, do those words look familiar to you?
Yeah.
And when I say the words, I'm saying F-U-C-K, the other side, put them on TVs about my dogs, going on. Those look familiar to you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whose words are those?
And lyrics to my song.
Those are lyrics to a song that you wrote?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the name of the song?
Or the love of it.
One more time?
Where's the love?
Okay, and what year was that song released?
It had to be in, I don't know when, but it had to be in 2020, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know.
Now, it says F the other side. When you wrote those lyrics, or when you performed those lyrics, were you speaking about a specific other side when you wrote that?
Specifically? No. I mean, no. I mean, not nobody in specific.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the term drill?
Yeah.
And you familiar with the term trap music?
Right, yeah.
Okay. would you agree that those are categories of hip hop, rap in the year 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, and it's kind of like an updated way of, it makes people that say like gangster rap seem a little old, because now there's all these different subdivisions, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So this idea of the other side or ops, if I were to go on YouTube and just pull up random songs, random hip hop songs released in 2024, would I see hundreds of rappers talking about their ops?
Objection, speculation.
I don't know what the question's going to be.
Would I, well, let me ask you this. I can fix it.
Okay.
In the year 2024, and even the years before then leading to where we are today, has the concept or the theme of ops, is that a common theme in hip hop?
Objection, being is a common theme.
If, to his knowledge, I'll permit it.
To your knowledge?
Everybody got ops when they make music.
Right. So rappers, you've seen rappers in Atlanta use the term ops.
In the music, yeah.
You've seen rappers in other cities use the term ops.
Yeah.
You've seen rappers in London, England, or other countries using the term ops, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. There's nothing unique about the term ops
No, not to me.
in music by YSL or music by Slime Life Shorty or anything else. That's a common theme, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just use it how you want to use it.
So in this song, where the lyrics are in front of it, and these are up until, where do your lyrics stop on this post?
Where it say dog with 2 exclamation marks.
It's not my dog. Okay, so from the beginning to the 2 exclamation points, those are your lyrics. So you talk about putting people on TVs about my dogs, right? Mm-hmm. And that's a reference to creating a news report about someone being harmed or killed, right? That's what you're saying as an artist.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
Okay. Have you ever killed anyone?
No.
Okay. Was what you said in that lyric fiction?
Yeah.
Is a lot of your music fiction?
Yes.
Okay. So here on this post, we have a picture of you and Shannon at the studio, and Shannon posting lyrics that you wrote, correct?
Yeah.
And that you are telling us now you wrote them as a work of fiction. They're not true, correct?
All right.
All right. Let's talk about hashtag NSLB. That stands for No Slime Left Behind, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was, in fact, a title of one of your albums, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you say No Slime Left Behind, why did you choose that as an album for one year, or the title for one of your albums?
Because I feel like slime is a popular thing to push in music, I guess.
Okay. The Left Behind part, have you growing up in Cleveland Avenue, have you seen some of your friends left behind?
A lot of them.
Okay. Does that make you feel good that some of your friends have been left behind?
Nope.
Okay. 2Bs. Hashtag 2Bs. What does 2B stand for?
Big business.
Big business?
Yes, sir.
And that's a phrase that you often say to people, correct?
All right.
You personally are synonymous with that phrase, big business. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and what does big business mean to you?
You're doing it big. Whatever you do, do it big. Whatever business you in, make it big, make it count.
And then we see a thanks for an exclusive AWS hat and for this crazy AWS one of none hoodie. Do people, when you're in the studio creating music, do people bring you clothing and just give it to you to market their, much the way Miles Farley does? Is that common?
Yeah.
Is that what Miles Farley does?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Answer that.
Yes.
Is that what you do? Like, give me clothes to wear, give people clothes and stuff like that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And he comes to the studio to hand out those clothes often, correct?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Could I, Miss Knight, could you now kindly put up 37 and end? Okay. Mr. Lee, 37 NN, that is my client Shannon in the picture, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And in this, it says, ain't none more compatible than a trench, a carbon while in the trenches, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And then afterwards it says, and this was posted September 18, 2020, correct?
I don't see the date, but I guess.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Does it have the same hashtag, no slime left behind, and
Oh,
two
yeah.
B's?
Yeah.
Okay. And I also see on the bottom, hashtag book in riches on the way.
Uh-huh.
Book in Riches was a song that Shannon was working on back in 2020, correct?
All right.
One of the songs that he was working on, correct?
Right.
How often would, you said that Alamo would book you studio time, how many days a week? If you answered, I'm sorry, I forgot what your answer was. How many days a week would you?
You said how often would they?
Yeah, no, how often would you be in the studio?
About 4 or 5 days out of the week.
Okay. And now, how often would you see, you said you see Shannon at the studio a lot. How often would you see Shannon at your studio sessions?
Maybe half of that time.
Okay. So 2 to 3 times a week, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay, and the reality is, Alamo was paying for your studio sessions, but other people could show up at your studio sessions and try to get a little time on the mic with the engineer, correct?
Right.
And try to work on their craft when they didn't necessarily have the resources or the company or the label behind them to support them, correct?
Yeah.
Is that what Shannon was doing?
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Book and Riches is a project that you knew him to be working on?
Yeah, I think it was a project, a tape.
And OTW stands for On the Way, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, back when you were trying to make it, before you had Alamo behind you, you used to make posts on Instagram, correct?
Yeah.
You used to hashtag your projects
Yeah.
and try to let the public know that you're working on something, right?
All right.
And you would want the most views you could for your post, correct?
All right.
You'd want it out there. You'd want it reposted.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's where association with Slime and Slat and YSL was able to work for you, correct?
Yeah.
Affiliating yourself musically with YSL led to a whole nother unaffiliated record label signing you to a contract, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because you had been able to demonstrate to them that you had the grassroots following that would make you a wise investment for those people in New York, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And part of growing that grassroots following is the social media posts, the hashtags, the free studio time,
Yeah.
the wearing the clothes, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you heard other rappers, completely unrelated to Cleveland Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, Jeffery Williams, use the term slime, slat in their raps?
Yeah.
Mr. Lee, you still with me?
Yeah. I said yeah.
Have you seen athletes wipe their nose
Yeah.
to celebrate a sack or a touchdown?
Yeah.
I beg the court's indulgence. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
All right, Mr. Weinstein, do you have questions? All right, go ahead.
Ms. Knight, would you put up 38 and then? Good morning, Mr. Lee. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Deamonte Kendrick. I think you know him as Yak Gotti, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so for you, just for convenience, I'll call him Yak, okay?
All right.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Ms. Knight's putting up 38 NN. This is the third time, I guess, you've gotten to see this today. Do you recall where this photograph was taken?
At the studio.
At the studio. And y'all are standing outside the studio because I guess you're on a smoke break, is that correct? And you can't smoke in the studio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't smoke cigarettes in the studio.
Say that again?
Yeah, you can't smoke cigarettes in there.
I'm glad you clarified that point. You can't smoke cigarettes in the studio, so you're standing outside. And Yak is right behind you in this picture, right?
Yeah.
And you're wearing your Miles Farley clothing, as we've already established. And most of your interactions with Yak were related to recording in the studio and music. Is that correct?
All right.
Did you guys do a song together?
Yeah.
What was the name of that song? Do you remember?
I don't even remember.
You don't remember?
I don't think we ever dropped it.
Never dropped it, but you got it on a reel somewhere, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, in other words, your relationship with Yak is music-oriented, right?
Right.
How many songs altogether do you think you've written before you were 18 and after 18? How many songs you put together?
I don't even know. I don't remember.
Over 1,000?
Probably so.
Probably so. And those songs, are all those songs factual?
No.
Are all those songs autobiographical, things that you actually did?
No.
So even though you came up on Cleveland, even though you're a rapper, you have an imagination? Is that correct?
Yeah, every artist do.
Every artist does, right?
Yeah.
You don't lack an imagination because you're a rapper.
Right.
The vlogs that you go out and shoot, what's the process for that? Can you just explain it a little bit?
I don't even know.
Are you holding the camera at some point?
You saying, are you talking about in that particular
Just
video?
in general. I'm sorry, you can take that down. I don't want to confuse things.
In general?
In general, like the vlogs. I'd like you to talk about how you do those vlogs.
I guess somebody just record and I don't know, whoever want to get on the camera, just talk or whatever. Talk about your music, talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, and once that's all recorded, who edits that? Do you edit those vlogs?
Nah.
There's some other editor that does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. You have any input into that?
Nah, I didn't even know it was going to get dropped.
Okay. And, talking about that, there's a lot of people that have input into the vlog, right? But also into your lyrics. Is that correct?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. So does your producers have input into what goes into those lyrics?
Labels may make suggestions on what you should say or how you should say some stuff or what you should drop or what you should not drop.
Okay, so when we're looking at lyrics that you're singing, you may or may not have written those lyrics, correct?
Yeah.
Even if you have written those lyrics are maybe the product of input from the record label, right?
Yeah.
And there's certain things the record label wants in those lyrics, correct?
Yeah.
There's certain things that are part of the genre of trap music that might be in there, or drill music, correct?
Yeah, it depends on the image that the label want to push.
What was the image they were pushing for you?
Slime, I guess.
Slime. Okay. And so there's certain tropes, there's certain things that need to be in there, correct? And the label wants you to have those in there.
Objection, speculation.
Well, from your experience, does the label want you to have certain things in those lyrics?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. All right, I have no more questions for you. Thank you very much.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. May we approach the pardon?
You may.
Now, Mr. Lee, You talked about being signed to Alamo Records. Are you signed to a subsidiary of Alamo Records?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. Are you signed to a subsidiary of Alamo Records?
What does that mean?
Are you signed to OTF?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been signed to OTF?
No.
In one of your pictures, you're wearing an OTF chain. What is that chain for?
I was gifted that chain. I never signed no paperwork with OTL.
Is OTF affiliated with Alamo?
On paper, I don't know, but they have an OTF artist that's signed to them.
Okay. And who is that artist?
Look, oh,
Yes.
Oh, Your Honor, I'll withdraw.
Okay.
Now, with Alamo Records, does Alamo Records have any specific colors that they represent?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
You're currently signed to Alamo, correct?
Yeah, you said colors though, right?
Yeah. Do they have any colors, specific colors?
Like in the office, what they wear, or what the artist should wear.
Do they have any colors specific to Alamo Records?
I think orange.
Okay. Do you have any hand signs specific to Alamo Records?
I don't know. Maybe an A sign.
Okay.
I don't know.
Does Alamo Records have any words like slat or slime related to their record label?
I think they just say Alamo.
Okay. Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examinations about your managers kind of running your social media and things of that nature. Do your managers run your direct messages to other YSL members?
Not that I know of, no.
So when you have the direct messages, is that you responding back and forth to individuals?
To people I know?
Yes.
Probably so.
They talked, I think you were asked questions about managers kind of promoting your identity or who you're trying to be on social media. Do your managers control the words that come out of your mouth?
Not the words come out my mouth, but they control the, what is it called? When you upload something, the captions.
Okay, but not the words that come out your mouth?
No.
You were asked about using YSL to gain notoriety. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall when you and I first started talking, probably a week and a half ago, that you said that you actually became affiliated with YSL because your music was already popping and they noticed it?
I said that's how I became an affiliate of, being around YSL, yeah.
So if your music came first, how is it that you were hashtagging YSL to gain more notoriety?
Because that's who I wanted to be signed to.
And you still aren't signed to them, correct?
No.
And you still represent YSL, is that fair?
I guess.
Is Miles Farley, excuse me, let me ask you this. How often have you been around Miles Farley?
All my life.
Okay. And are you aware if he has a tattoo on the back of his neck that is ESPN?
I don't know.
In big red letters?
I don't know. I don't remember if he do or not.
And is Miles Farley a member of YSL, to your knowledge?
If he say he is.
I'm asking you.
I don't know if he claim he is or not.
But he's the one that's making all the Make America Slime clothing?
Yes.
And slime is language that is used by YSL members?
Yes. But you don't have to be YSL to say slime.
Right. But he's not just saying it, he's making clothing for it, right?
Right.
All right. Now, there was a lot of questioning about ops being a common theme in in music generally. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yeah.
And speaking about the ops, is that usually someone of an opposition to whoever's rapping about it in the music that you've heard?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Would you agree with me that when they're talking about ops in rap music or any genre, they're speaking about someone opposite of them, whether it's an enemy or another group or someone feuding, it's someone opposite of the person rapping?
Op can be a baby mama or something. A lot of people make diss songs and talking about the baby mama, whoever you want to talk about your op here.
So even in that example, if the op is the baby mama, at that point in time, those two people are in disagreement with each other. Is that fair to say?
I guess. I don't know.
And with some of the songs that you've heard that talk about ops, in those instances, are you aware of people who are part of maybe that rapper's groups actually committing violence against the ops?
Hold on, say it again.
Sure. So they asked you about rappers who talk about the ops. Do you remember that?
Uh-huh.
In those songs, if the rappers are talking about the ops, are you aware if there has been any violence towards the ops that they are referring or talking about?
In the songs? I don't know.
I'm not sure if we're talking about a specific example or.
Sustained. He said he doesn't know anyway.
Sure. When you were asked about...
Go ahead and ask your next.
What song? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just ask your next question.
You were asked about whether you've seen athletes use the word slime or slat and wipe their nose. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yeah.
The athletes that you were thinking of, are any of them associated with the gang YSL?
I don't know what they're associated with.
Have you seen any of the athletes that you were thinking of in the Cleveland Avenue neighborhood?
I don't remember. I didn't see them on Cleveland, I just see them online doing it.
Okay. Now, you were asked about whether your songs are fictional. Do you remember being asked a series of questions about that?
Yes.
All right. In the song that we played, Where You From, do you talk about Cleveland Avenue?
Yeah, I think I said I'm from Cleveland Avenue.
Is that a fiction that you're from Cleveland Avenue?
No.
Huh?
No.
Okay. You talk about Little Rod in that song. Is that a real person?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's not fiction. Is that fair to say?
No.
Okay. You also talk about Big Boo in that song. Is that a real person?
Yeah, he a real person.
All right. You talk about Woody in that song. Is that real?
Is he a real person?
Yes.
Yeah, he a real person.
All right. You talk about Poke in that song. Is Poke a real person?
Yeah.
Okay. You talk about Shannon in that song. Is that a real person?
Yeah, he a real person.
You talk about Toonk in that song. Is that a real person?
Yeah.
So would you say that that song specifically is not a song that is fictional?
That's I withdraw my objection.
Answer.
Yeah, you can answer that.
Can you answer the question again?
Sure. So would you say that there's portions of that song that are not fictional?
There is certain parts, like I guess the names are not fake.
Mm-hmm. You talked about Boo being being called a rat, is that something that was fictional?
Him being a rat is fictional? Or
Being
him
called a rat?
Yeah,
Yes, that is fictional that he was called a rat?
he was called a rat.
So that's true.
Right.
Court's indulgence for in your experience or to your knowledge, do some rappers rap about their lived experiences or rap about crimes that they have committed in the past?
You said, do they rap about the crimes they have committed in the past?
Yes, to your knowledge.
I don't know if it's real or fake, what they did in their past or not. I don't know.
Court's indulgence for a moment. No further questions.
All right, any recalls?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee, you are free to go. We'll go ahead and take our lunch break right now. Let's plan to be back at, I think we can be back at 1:15. All right, with regard to timing, I haven't heard back from the other court, but they know we want Dr. Sullivan.
They're finished.
Okay, great, thanks. And then hopefully we'll hear over the lunch break from Ms. Winfrey about that bench conference. So I'll update y'all when we return, assuming I've got that information by then. All right, see y'all back in an hour. y'all think she'll be? Could you call somebody out of order if we haven't heard yet?
I think so.
Okay. And is she with us right now? Is she ready to go?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury? Adam, do you want that?
No,
Y'all ready? Okay, let's get the jury in, and if you want to go ahead and be calling her. He's been messing with. That's only because she's messing my mind now.
All we need is Jim. I want him to be. No, Your Honor.
All right, jury.
Thank you. And can, all right.
All right, raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court's now into the mic, please.
Karen Sullivan, Karensullivan.
Say good afternoon, Dr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
And can you tell the jurors how long have you worked within the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
Part-time beginning in July of 2003 till October 2007, and then full-time since October 2007.
And you said you are the Chief Medical Examiner. Can you explain to the jurors how long you've been the Chief?
Since spring of 2021.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about what the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office does?
We determine cause and manner of death of people who die of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained causes, people who die as a result of injury, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person.
And as a part of that, can you tell the jurors what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of a person's body to determine the presence of natural disease processes or injuries to determine the cause and manner of death.
And what you just described, can you tell the jurors in relation to that, what is forensic pathology?
Well, forensic pathology is specifically using autopsies or external examinations to determine a person's cause and manner of death under those circumstances I mentioned a moment ago.
And can you explain to the jurors a little bit about your educational background and your training that's allowed you to work within the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office and as the Chief Medical Examiner?
I got my undergraduate degree from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Georgia. And after getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5.5 years before going to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. And then after going to Morehouse and graduating, then I did a residency in pathology at Emory University, and then an additional year of forensic pathology fellowship training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in conjunction with Emory.
And in the time that you just described and throughout your career, can you explain to the jurors approximately how many autopsies have you performed in relation to your career?
I've either performed myself or supervised pathology residents and fellows, approximately 4,000 autopsies. And
Can you tell the jurors how long again have you been, have you had the title of Chief Medical Examiner?
Chief Medical Examiner since spring of 2021.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state is going to tender Dr. Karen Sullivan as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, she's so qualified and may testify as such.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, you explained a little while ago about what an autopsy is and how it's the external and internal examination of a deceased person. Can you tell the jurors, when you are doing an autopsy, is it part of your standard practice and procedure to photograph the autopsy that you're performing?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors why that's so important and why you do it?
Well, we have either a dedicated medical legal photographer or one of the forensic pathology technicians who are also cross-trained in photography to photograph the steps of the autopsy so that another person, another doctor who examines the photographs and the report can make their own opinion as to a person's cause and manner of death.
And in relation to or in conjunction with that, as you're performing an autopsy on someone, are you also, I guess, memorializing your findings and conclusions in a report?
Yes, a report is prepared after, a preliminary report is prepared after the autopsy is complete, and then once the pathologist is ready to finalize the report, they'll review the photographs and other studies associated with the autopsy in order to electronically finalize the case.
And specifically as it relates to the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, how you've described the photographs and the memorializing of your findings and conclusions in a report. Can you tell the jurors, after an autopsy has been completed, do you as well, along with your fellow medical examiners who work at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, kind of do a roundtable or review of the photographs like you've described, as well as specifically hear your findings that everyone kind of signs off on?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors why you do that and why that's so important as it relates to the procedures that you do as it relates to your position at the Fulton County ME's office?
Well, for forensic pathology in general, it's always best practice to get a consensus agreement on the injuries that are being seen or the findings in other studies such as toxicology results. And so in our office, each morning as part of our morning report, the previous day's cases are reviewed, both the information surrounding the incident details and the autopsy photographs and how the case will be signed out. In addition, for any cases in our office where the manner of death is homicide or undetermined, another doctor or doctors will peer review the case before it's electronically finalized.
Now, you just mentioned cause and manner of death. Can you explain to the jurors what is the term cause of death mean?
Cause of death just means what happened to the person that caused them to die. So, for example, if someone had pneumonia, their cause of death would be pneumonia. If they had a heart attack, their cause of death would be a myocardial infarction or heart attack. If they shot themselves in the head, their cause of death would be a gunshot wound of the head.
And in conjunction with that, can you tell the jurors what does the term manner of death mean?
Well, manner of death means how did the cause of death come about? And so in Georgia, the manners of death that the medical examiners have to choose from are natural, meaning that the person's cause of death is due to some natural disease process. For example, a person with pneumonia or the person that had a heart attack. Another manner of death will be accident. For example, injuries incurred during a car accident, or an elderly person that falls and breaks their hip, or someone who dies of a drug overdose. Those manners, the manner of death in those cases would be accident. The manner of death would be suicide if someone intentionally did an act that caused their own death. It would be homicide if someone else intentionally caused the death of another person. And then there are some cases where we cannot decide between manners of death. There are competing manners of death. So you might wonder, is this an accident versus a suicide? Is this a suicide versus a homicide? You don't have enough information, or the condition of the body precludes making a definitive determination. Then the manner of death in those cases will be undetermined.
Now, I want to direct your attention to February 24th of 2019. Did you have the occasion to perform an autopsy on 15-year-old Jamari Holmes?
I'm sorry, what was the date that you said again?
February 24th of 2019.
Yes, I did.
And during that autopsy of Jamari Holmes, can you tell the jurors, were photographs taken during the autopsy procedures?
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the autopsy, did you memorialize your findings and conclusions in a report like you've described here today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 25 NN through 29 NN. You'll just take a second. And in looking at State's Exhibits, we'll start with State's Exhibit 25 NN through 28 NN. Can you tell the jurors, do you recognize those exhibits?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize them and what they are?
They're copies of photographs that were taken during Mr. Holmes's autopsy. Some of the photographs have a small ruler in them that has Mr. Holmes's autopsy or Fulton County Medical Examiner's case number on it.
And in State's Exhibit 29 NN, can you tell the jurors, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a copy of Mr. Holmes's autopsy report that I completed.
Okay. And in the photographs you've described in State's Exhibits 25 NN through 28 NN, do they fairly and accurately depict the photos that were taken during the autopsy of Jamari Holmes on February 24th of 2019?
They do.
And is State's Exhibit 29 NN a fair and accurate copy of the report that you authored in relation to the autopsy performed on Mr. Holmes back on February 24th of 2019?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibits 25 NN through 29 NN.
Those are admitted.
Now, Dr. Sullivan, you just mentioned a unique case number or a case number that was associated with this case in relation to the death of 15-year-old Mr. Holmes. Can you tell the jurors how that case number is specifically assigned not only to this case, but all the cases that you perform autopsies on?
Well, in our office, we have a number of medical legal death investigators who take death calls either from hospitals where someone has died or from police officers at a scene of death. And when the investigator takes the case, then they assign sequentially a case number to it. For example, the first case of this year, 2024, would have been 2024 1-0001. Then the next case that was reported was 2. Then the next case it would have been 3. So Mr. Holmes's case number was 2019-0370. So his death was number 370 reported in the year 2019.
Now, in relation to the work you do when performing an autopsy, can you tell the jurors what soot is and how it is important or related to your performing an autopsy and the conclusions that you make?
Well, when a gun is fired, the gunpowder burns, and the gas that's produced is what propels the bullet down the muzzle of the gun and out of the barrel. The burnt gunpowder can produce a fine ash like you see in a fireplace after you burn wood in the wintertime. That ash can deposit on the skin. That ash will be called soot. You can see soot on a person's body, assuming there's nothing between the muzzle of the gun and the person who is being shot, up to about 12 inches. After about 12 inches, then that soot doesn't have enough energy to reach the person's body and deposit on it. Also exiting the muzzle of the gun are burning and unburnt gunpowder particles that can strike the skin and make small scrapes in the skin called stippling. Stippling is seen on the body from a distance of a few inches to up to about 3 feet for most handguns, after which those gunpowder particles don't have enough energy to reach the person's body and they fall away. So after about 3 feet distance from the muzzle of the gun to the person who is shot, you'll see neither soot nor stippling on a person's body, assuming there's no intervening object between the muzzle of the gun and the person who is shot.
And on the screen before you, it states Exhibit 25NN. Can you tell the jurors, I guess, the purpose of this photo that you take at the initial outset of an autopsy?
This is one of the standard sets of photos. It's called a facial identification photograph that simply shows the decedent's face. Okay, and can you tell the jurors kind of what are the first steps that you take in performing an autopsy here on Mr. Holmes, but in general when doing an autopsy and the procedures that go along with it? Well, after the decedent's body bag is open, then the doctor is looking at the person for any evidence of natural disease processes and any injuries and documenting that. At the same time, the forensic technician is writing down any clothing or personal effects that were received with the person, and the photographer is taking photographs of the person as they are received with clothing or medical intervention and then without, and then also any external evidence of natural disease processes and injuries. And after the photographs are obtained, then at the direction of the doctor, the internal examination occurs where the forensic technician eviscerates the body, meaning the internal organs are removed, and the doctor is examining them both, again, for natural disease processes and injuries.
Now, can you tell the jurors in doing the initial steps that you just described as it relates to the autopsy of Jeffery Holmes, can you tell the jurors that what we're looking at in State Exhibit 6NN to the initial injuries that you observed to Mr. Holmes?
And so this is the back of Mr. Holmes's head. His head is lying on a head block. His face would be towards the top of the picture, the back of his head towards the bottom of the picture where the small ruler is. And there's a gunshot wound of the head that's partially seen in this photograph.
And if we move to State Exhibit 27NN, can you tell the jurors, is this the same gunshot wound that you just described, but with the hair shaped around it?
It is.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, as you were doing your autopsy, were you able to I guess, determine the trajectory or the pathway of travel as it relates to the projectile that entered Mr. Holmes's back of his head?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how you're able to do that and what, I guess, the trajectory of the path of travel showed in this case?
Well, in this case, the path of the projectile was back to front with minimal deviation or variance in other directions. And I used, by looking at the entrance wounds tend to have an abrasion or a scrape of the skin because the bullet is scraping the skin as it enters the body, and that allows you to tell that it's an entrance wound. In this case, you're looking at Mr. Holmes's head from the side. It's as though he's laying on his left-hand side with his right ear up. So the tag is actually the back of his head, and just above that, that scraped area is the abrasion. And so the bullet is traveling from the tag area, which is the back of the head, towards the left-hand side of the photo, which is the top of the head.
Okay, and you kind of discussed earlier what soot and stippling is. Can you tell the jurors, did you see either soot or stippling as it relates to the gunshot wound in the back of the head of Jamari Holmes?
No, neither soot nor stippling was on the skin.
And based on your training and experience and what you described here today, can you tell the jurors what that, I guess, means or how that impacts your findings and conclusions as it relates to how close the barrel of a gun was to the back of Mr. Holmes' head?
Well, assuming that there was no intervening object between the muzzle of the gun and Mr. Holmes' head, the muzzle of the gun was at least 3 feet away from Mr. Holmes' head.
Now, I guess, can you describe to the jurors, based on, I guess, the autopsy, both the external and internal examination that you described, what areas of the brain were injured and, I guess, hit by the bullet or the projectile as it traveled through Mr. Holmes' brain?
Well, there were injuries to the left side of the skull and the left cerebral hemisphere, which is the larger part of the brain on the left-hand side.
And can you tell the jurors the left cerebral hemisphere, I guess, what motor functions or what functions does that area of the brain control in the human body?
Well, it has partial control over the right side of the body, but in addition to the structures that are directly impacted by the bullet going through Mr. Holmes' head, the concussive force of the gunshot wound damages areas of the brain even away from the direct wound path. So the parts of the brain, for example, in the brainstem that control cardiac and respiratory functions, those are also be affected.
And we've talked about an entry wound here and how you're able to determine the difference between an entry and exit wound. Can you tell the jurors in your examination, were you able to find or locate an exit wound?
No.
Okay, and based upon that, you described to the jurors that there's an internal examination where organs are removed from here, Mr. Holmes' body, correct?
Correct.
And in this instance, was Mr. Holmes' physical brain removed from his head?
It was.
And is an examination done, I guess, in regards to looking for any projectiles that remain within Mr. Holmes' brain?
Yes.
I mean, can you tell the jurors, were you able to locate any projectiles in Mr. Holmes' brain, and where about within his head did you find?
Well, there was a fragmented projectile. There were at least 2 large pieces of the bullet that were recovered, and that's seen in this picture, and they were recovered from the wound track.
Okay, and you said they were recovered from the wound track. Once you recover them and you photograph them, can you tell the jurors what the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office does with here this projectile removed from Mr. Holmes' brain?
After it's photographed, it's sealed in an evidence box, which is put in a locked box in our office until it can be transported to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for ballistic analysis.
Now, after you have completed the autopsy and all the procedures you've described here today, as it relates to this case involving Jamari Holmes, can you tell the jurors, were you able to determine the cause of death for Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death for Mr. Holmes in this case?
Gunshot wound of the head.
Okay, and you discussed earlier the difference between cause and manner of death. Can you tell the jurors, based on your procedures and the autopsy that you performed, what you were able to determine or conclude the manner of death was as it relates to Jamari Holmes?
Homicide.
And lastly, Dr. Sullivan, you talked about the photographing that is done by the techs who are working alongside of you. Today we've seen 4 photographs. Are more than 4 photographs taken of the entire procedure as it relates to the autopsies that you performed, but specifically the autopsy performed on Mr. Holmes?
Yes.
Okay. And do the 4 pictures that were shown to the jury kind of capture, encapsulate the wounds that Mr. Holmes suffered, as well as the projectile that was removed from his brain?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I don't have anything further to redirect.
All right, any cross for this witness?
Briefly, Your Honor. Doctor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What day did you perform this autopsy?
On Sunday, February 24th, 2019.
And you have testified at hearings regarding this case previously, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and the defendants in this case in the death of Jamari Holmes were Rodelius Ryan and Damone Blaylock, correct?
I do not know.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. Call your next witness. No, we discussed that.
Your Honor, the state's calling Detective Cornell, and this is one of the witnesses we had discussed.
Not be shown.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat. State and spell your first and last name for the court. Stop into that mic, please.
My name is Detective Joseph Storno. That's Storno.
Good afternoon, Detective Storm. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
Can you tell the jury where you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Atlanta Police Department.
And what unit are you with APD?
I'm currently assigned to the Gangs and Special Investigations Unit.
How long have you worked in APD's gang unit?
Since January of 2020.
And when did you first come on with APD?
I was hired in August of 2006.
And what was did you start out on patrol?
After graduating the police academy, yes.
What zone of the city were you a patrol officer in?
I was assigned to Zone 3.
And did you ever cover different beats within Zone 3?
Yes.
Did you ever cover the Cleveland Avenue beat of Zone 3?
Yes.
And while in Zone 3, what different positions did you hold within APD?
Well, initially I was on Zone 3 patrol, where I was answering 911 calls. And then a short time later, I was transferred to the Zone 3 crime suppression unit.
And after the crime suppression unit, were you ever a detective in that zone?
Yes, I was promoted to detective in 2000, I believe it was 2012, and I was assigned to Zone 3 CID.
Did you ever work any specialized units as a detective before gangs?
Before, yes, I was, after being in Zone 3 CID, I was transferred to the Special Victims Child Exploitation Unit.
And how many years were you a detective in that unit?
I was in child exploitation for approximately 7 to 8 years.
Now, in your current capacity, what in general do you do?
So I'm currently tasked with investigating gangs and gang members, investigating crimes of which they commit. I'm also tasked with identifying new gangs and new gang members, as well as staying up to date on rivalries and tasks like that.
Now, have you been with APD for 18 years?
Yes.
Are you currently post-certified?
I am.
And have you been post-certified throughout your career with APD?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn your attention to May 9th of 2022. Were you in the gang unit as a detective at that date?
I was.
Now, on May 9th, 2022, can you tell the jury what happened that day while you were on shift?
Well, on that day, a Fulton County indictment, a 56-count indictment came out against 27 co-conspirators in violation of the Georgia RICO Act.
Was there a search warrant that was also executed that day?
Yes.
Now, who drafted that search warrant?
The initial search warrant was drafted by investigator Viv Rito, who at the time was employed by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Now, can you describe for the jury, how did you get involved, or let me ask you this, did you participate in that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury how you got involved with that search warrant? How did that day start?
The gang unit, as well as additional units of the Atlanta Police Department, including the SWAT unit, the air unit, and at the time it was called the Titan unit, assisted the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in executing the search warrant at 355 Allison Drive.
Now, who is this Titans unit that you mentioned?
So the Titans unit, which is now called the Apex unit, Atlanta Proactive Enforcement and Extradition unit, is a specialized unit that assists in high-risk search warrants. They often assist SWAT.
At this point, I'm going to object to relevance, how he got involved.
Sustained.
Detective Storno, did you specifically participate in this search warrant?
I did.
Now, on this day, who had the residence at 355 Allison Drive?
That was the primary residence of Mr. Jeffery Williams.
And is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
It is.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
So what time did you get to 355 Allison Drive? Roughly.
Roughly around 6 p.m.
Now, when you got there, were these other units already there, or were you the first to arrive?
We staged nearby, and then my unit, the members of the gang unit, we were on the outskirts waiting for the search warrant to be executed by SWAT and the Titan unit.
Now, from when the SWAT or Titan unit began executing that search warrant to when you entered the residence, roughly how long amount of time was that?
Approximately 30 to 40 minutes.
And after they, those units did their job, did you ever go and search that location?
Yes.
Now, when you walked in, have you had time, this stack of photographs that you dropped off, were you able to review these before testifying here today?
Yes, I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to approach with what's been marked as 1 through 65 X-ray, and Your Honor, I have a, defense counsel has this, but I wanted to give Madam Court Reporter and the court a copy.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, Detective Storno, with 1 through 65, what are those items?
These are photographs that were taken by our unit during the execution of the search warrant, photographs of evidence that was located and seized.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene of that search warrant that you executed on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 1 through 65 X-ray.
No objection from Mr. Kendrick.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I'm going to publish what's been marked as 1 X-ray. Can you orient the jury? You had referenced y'all were at a staging area before executing the search warrant. Behind, if I was the cameraman and I was going to turn around, what's behind me?
The residence.
And if you were to turn around and walk down that driveway, how long does it take you to get to the street?
It's a good ways off the street, maybe 30 yards from the street.
About 30 yards?
Yes.
Before you and other members, did other members of the APD gang unit assist in this search?
Yes.
Before you all assisted in this search, was anyone initially detained on site?
Yes.
Who was?
So Mr. Jeffery Williams was detained. Mr. Martinez Arnold was detained. Mr. Deamonte Kendrick was detained. And then there were other individuals inside as well, including a cleaning crew, and Mr. Williams' 15-year-old son was present.
So were they all, so when you entered the residence, was anyone other than law enforcement inside?
When I entered the residence, no, it was just law enforcement.
And I'm going to publish 1 X-ray. Or sorry, 2 X-ray. Is this the front of the residence?
That is the front of the residence.
And when you entered that location, did you go in through the front door?
I did.
And is that the front stairs depicted on this photograph?
Yes, those are the front stairs leading up to the front door of the residence.
I'm going to publish 3 X-ray. And if I were to walk up those stairs, is this the view that you would see?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 4 X-ray. Can you describe for the jury what this area of the home is?
So this is the main level after you walk in with the living room and then a open kitchen to the left.
Now, do you see that white island in the middle to the left near the kitchen?
Yes.
And do you see that kind of half wall to the left of that painting?
Yes.
What is on the other side of that wall?
There's a coat closet.
And actually, I'm going to ask you, I got an old school wooden pointer, Detective Storno. You could help orient the jury. Please, sir. Where's that storage closet you were just discussing?
So it's behind this wall. There's a door opening into a closet.
And would the front door be to our left, looking at this photograph?
Yeah, the front door to the entrance to the residence would be back over here.
And is there any type of doors or windows to the right on the other side of this couch?
Yes, so to the right, there's a door, like a screen door that leads to the backyard of the residence.
Okay. I'm going to publish 5 X-ray. Now, Detective Storno, did you see that blue door on the right side of this exhibit?
Yes, right here is the door to the closet.
And do you see that box seated on the middle of that island?
Yes.
Can you orient for the jury where that is?
This box right here that says cat.
And I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 6 X-ray now. Is that the box you were just discussing?
That is the same box, yes.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 7 X-ray. Is that a piece of clothing that was found in the house?
Yes, that was a hoodie that was located on the counter as well.
Now, I am going to republish 5 X-ray, and I wanted to ask you a question, Detective Storno. With the search warrant, the initial search warrant, what was the items you all were trying to search?
So the initial search warrant drafted by Investigator Viverito was, the scope of the search warrant was for gang paraphernalia and cellular devices.
And did you ever work on getting any additional search warrants that day?
Yes, once numerous firearms were located in the residence along with illegal narcotics, I was tasked with applying for an additional search warrant for 355 Allison with the scope of the search warrant to include firearms, narcotics, currency, ammunition, and believe that was the scope of my search warrant.
Now, Detective Storno, looking back at this photograph, was there any money counter on that island?
Yes, there was a gold money counter that was located on the counter in front of the sink.
I'm going to publish 7 X-ray, and 8 X-ray, my apologies. Is that the money counter you were just discussing?
Yes, that is the money counter that we located.
Now, I'm going to publish 9. What is depicted in this photograph?
It's a container of a substance we believe to be marijuana.
And is that the same kitchen aisle we were just discussing?
Yes, that was also located on the counter.
Now, I'm going to publish 10 X-ray. What is this item?
It's a satchel.
Did you all look in that satchel?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 11 X-ray. What all was inside of it?
Inside was a Ziploc baggie containing suspected marijuana, as well as a wad of U.S. currency, some keys, cell phone, and a Cartier glasses case.
I'm going to publish 12 X-ray. Where is this in relation to the kitchen area we were just discussing?
This was located in a cabinet below the counter.
And
Next to the sink.
what are those bottles to the left?
Those were open bottles of promethazine, codeine, cough syrup.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 13 X-ray. What is that on the counter right there to the far left?
That was a firearm that was located on the counter.
Now, I'm going to republish 5 X-ray X-ray. And is this the far end, if you're the cameraman, of this kitchen aisle?
Yeah, it's down here in the corner.
I'm going to go back and publish 14 X-ray X-ray. Is this the firearm we were just discussing?
Yes.
What type of firearm was this?
That was an FN-57 firearm.
And did it have any magazine or ammunition with this firearm?
Yes, it was loaded with a magazine containing ammunition.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 15 X-ray X-ray. What was the serial number on this firearm?
Serial number was 386-380-329.
Now, Textura, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 15 X-ray X-ray alpha. Excuse me, it's 14 X-ray X-ray alpha. Now, Detective Storno, can you please and Detective Storno, keeping that item in the box, is there a serial number on that item?
There is.
And I'm going to give you some gloves if you want to use them. What is the serial number on that item?
The serial number is 386-380-329.
Is that the same serial number of the firearm we were just discussing found on the kitchen counter?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 14 X-ray X-ray alpha.
All right, that's admitted.
Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 16 X-ray X-ray. You know where we were just discussing this firearm?
Yes.
If you were to do a complete 180, where would this cabinet be in relation to the firearm we were just discussing?
Directly behind it, on top of the refrigerator, in a cabinet.
I'm going to publish 17 X-ray X-ray. What do we have here?
In this photo is a large bag containing suspected marijuana, as well as 2 firearms that were located next to the bag of marijuana.
I'm going to publish 18 X-ray X-ray. Is this a closer photograph of the suspected marijuana?
It is.
Now, as we go through these, ultimately with these items we discussed, did APD gang detective members or other law enforcement personnel, collect these items that were found at the home?
Yes, the APD gang unit, as well as members of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, collected the items.
Now, I'm approaching you, Detective Storno, with what's been marked as 18 X-ray X-ray alpha. And let me ask you, when APD collects evidence, is it associated with a case number?
Yes.
And for this case, what is the APD case number associated with this case?
The APD case number associated with this incident is 221291090.
And do you see that APD case number on that item of evidence before you?
Yes, it's on the property sticker that was created for this item.
And I'm going to ask you, Detective Storno, if you can, or using that, can you open up and look in that bag?
Sure.
And I have some item that will help you.
Yeah, you want me to give you a knife or something?
Sorry.
Scissors will help.
Yep, I got some scissors. Should make it a little easier. Okay. And with the APD case, does that appear to be the bag of marijuana?
Yes, it contains.
Don't take it out until it's printed.
It contains, yes, the suspected marijuana we recovered from the residence.
And with the items collected after they were collected from the home, did law enforcement personnel ultimately transport them back to APD?
Yes, we did.
And when all the items were collected and gathered, did you generate a report for the items recovered at the home?
Yes.
And were those items ultimately from a member of the team transported to any other law enforcement agencies?
They were eventually transported from APD property to the GBI.
Does the labeling associated with that bag and having examined it appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the suspected marijuana collected on this residence on May 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 18 X-ray alpha.
All right, submitted.
Thank you, Detective Sorno. For now, I'll make a little space for you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 19, X-ray. And is this the firearm we had just discussed in the kitchen cabinet?
Yes, this was a firearm, one of the two firearms that was located next to that large bag of marijuana.
What kind of firearm is this?
This is a Glock firearm.
And did it have a magazine or any ammunition?
Yes, it was loaded with a magazine containing ammunition.
Is that the magazine with ammo sticking out at the top?
It is.
I am going to approach you with, or I'm going to publish 20 X-ray first. What's the serial number on this firearm?
The serial number is BTDY617.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 19 X-ray alpha. Detective Storno, without taking that item out of the box, can you look and see if you see a serial number on it?
Yes, I do.
What is the serial number on that item in the box?
The serial number is BTDY617.
Does that appear to be the firearm we were just discussing collected from the home on May 9th, 2022?
Yes, this is the firearm that we located.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 19 X-ray alpha.
Submitted.
Publishing 21 X-ray. Is this the second firearm that was in that kitchen cabinet?
Yes.
And what type of firearm is this?
This is a Smith & Wesson semi-automatic firearm.
And did it have a magazine and ammunition?
It did.
I am going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21 X-ray alpha. And if you can, Detective Storno, without taking it out of the box, just look at that item and see if you see a serial number.
I see the serial number.
And I'm going to publish 22 X-ray first. What is the serial number depicted on the screen?
The serial number on the screen is NCC 8806.
And what is the serial number on the firearm before you?
Serial number on the firearm in front of me is NCC 8800. I'm sorry. Yes, 8800.
Is that 00 on the screen? Could that be a 0 at the end?
Yes, that's a 0.
Does that appear to be the firearm collected that day?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 21 X-ray alpha.
Submitted.
Now, Detective Storno. I am republishing 5 X-ray. And the far left open gray cabinets. Do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
And can you point that out for the jury?
Right here.
Is that the cabinet we were just discussing with the suspected marijuana and the 2 firearms?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to the closet across from that.
Okay.
Were there any items identified in that closet?
Yes, we recovered several items from that closet.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as 23 X-ray. What is depicted here?
That is a Glock gun box.
And does that have a serial number on that gun box?
Yes, it does.
What is that serial number?
The serial number is BVNU633.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as 24 X-ray. What do we have here?
That was a Glock magazine that we located containing ammunition.
In that closet?
That was recovered from that closet.
I am handing you what's been marked as 24 X-ray alpha. Do you see a case number with this item, Detective Storno?
Yes.
Is that appear to be the same APD case number associated with this case?
It's the same case number.
And if you could, Detective Storno, just open it up to where you can look inside of it, but don't take it out.
Okay.
And with the APD case number and evidence markings and looking at the item, what is that?
There's a Glock magazine along with ammunition inside this emblem.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of a Glock magazine with ammunition collected on the May 9th, 2022 search warrant?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 24 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
Now, Detective Storno, I'm going to publish 25 X-ray. Did you find any other boxes in that storage closet on the first floor?
We've recovered a gun box, an empty gun box, as depicted in this photo.
And if I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, what type of gun box was this?
It was a gun box for a micro Draco semi-automatic firearm.
And what type of ammunition would that type of firearm hold?
7.62 by 39.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as 26 X-ray. So, in this home, was there, when you walk in the front door, was there bedrooms on the first floor?
There were.
And was there any basement or lower level?
There was a staircase leading to a lower basement level.
And was there a second or third floor in that home?
Yes, there was also a staircase leading to upstairs.
Now, with this photograph, do you remember there ever being a pantry in the home?
Yes, there was a pantry that was behind the refrigerator, like a whole room.
And is that the first floor of the residence?
That's the first floor.
I'm going to publish 27 X-ray. Now, is this a close-up photograph of that pantry?
Yes.
Now, when officers initially were in the home, did anything stand out about this pantry?
Not initially, no.
What did you all come to uncover about this pantry?
Officers conducting the search later found a hidden compartment, like a trap door behind the pantry.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 28 X-ray. Do you see an opening in that pantry?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 29 X-ray. Is this what you would see behind that hidden trap door, so to speak?
Yes, that was the opening to the kind of the hidden compartment.
I'm going to publish 30 X-ray. What was inside of that compartment?
There was a Glock firearm on the floor, and there was also 2 bags recovered from that hidden space.
And were those items brought out and looked through by the team?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 31 X-ray. Is this a close-up of the firearm that was found in that compartment of the pantry?
Yes, that's the firearm that was located in the hidden space.
And did it have a magazine and ammunition?
It did.
And what type of firearm was this?
That is a Glock firearm.
I'm going to publish 32 X-ray. What was the serial number on this firearm?
Serial number was BVNU 633.
Now, I am handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31 X-ray Alpha. Detective Storno, if you could, without taking it out of the box, would you please see if you see a serial number on the item in that box?
Yes, I see a serial number.
What is the serial number?
The serial number is BVNU 633.
Is that the same serial number of the firearm found in the compartment of the pantry?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves, or is that a fair and accurate depiction of that, or is that the firearm that was found?
This was the firearm that was recovered in that secret compartment.
I am going to tender into evidence, Your Honor, 32, is it, Detective Turner, can you help? Is it 31 X-ray Alpha on the top of that box? Yes, 31 X-ray Alpha at this time.
It's admitted.
Detective Storno, I'm going to publish 33 X-ray. Now, is this a close-up of the 2 bags from that compartment?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to publish 34 X-ray. What was inside the pink bag? What do we have here?
We recovered multiple unopened bottles of promethazine codeine syrup.
And have you encountered promethazine or codeine syrup in your 18 years with Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
I'm going to publish, or let me ask you this, was there multiple bottles?
There were multiple bottles that we recovered, yes.
I'm going to publish 35 X-ray. Is this the brown bag that was next to that bag in the compartment?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 36 X-ray. What do we have here? What was inside of that bag?
In addition to the promethazine bottles, there was a bag containing multiple bottles of various pills.
I'm going to publish, well, let me ask you this. On the day of the search, did you know or able to tell what type of pills or items they were?
No, we did not identify the type of pills they were on the day of the search.
I'm going to publish 37 X-ray. After y'all went through the bag, did you ever line these items out to go through them?
Our members of our team did.
And is that what is depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to publish 38 X-ray. Is this a close-up of the miscellaneous pills and items in that bag in the compartment?
Yes.
And ultimately, with these items, did the APD gang unit ever place these items in a larger bag?
Yes.
And ever transport them to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
They're eventually transported to the GBI.
And would that be under the same case where we've been discussing?
Yes.
I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 37 X-ray Alpha. Now, Detective Storno, do you see a APD case number on that item?
Yes, I do.
And is that the APD case number for this case we've been discussing?
Yes, it's the same case number.
And with looking at the items, and if you need to open it, you may, I wanted to ask you if those are items that were collected from the home that we were just discussing.
Yes, this bag contains the various pills that were recovered in in the bag that was in the hidden compartment.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to tender into evidence 37 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
Now, Detective Storno, was there ever any white powder found in that secret compartment?
Yes.
And was it in any type of container?
I do not recall what type of container it was in. I believe it was in a plastic bag.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 37 X-ray Bravo and ask you, do you see an APD case number with that item?
Yes.
Is that the same APD case number associated with this search warrant?
It is.
And were all items collected in the home from that search warrant ultimately taken back to APD and transported to the GBI?
They were eventually, they were initially booked into our APD property and then later transported to the GBI.
And when APD collects items and places them in the property, does it have the date of collection on the evidence sticker on the items collected?
Yes.
And is the date on that item the same date as the search warrant?
It is.
Does that appear to be an item of collected from the home, the search of this home?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state will move to tender into evidence 37 X-ray Bravo.
Admitted.
I'm going to publish 39 X-ray. Is this a view of that same bag found in that secret compartment?
Yes, it is.
And in total, how many bottles of what was suspected to be promethazine or codeine found in the home that day?
We recovered a total of 33 bottles.
I'm going to publish 40 X-ray. Are these the items lined out from what were collected in that brown bag we were just looking at?
Yes.
I am approaching the witness, Your Honor, with what's been marked as 40 X-ray alpha. I'll make a little room for the Detective Storno. Is there a APD case number associated with that box, Detective Storno?
Yes.
And does that appear to be the same APD case number associated with this case?
Yes.
Can you do me a favor and open up and look in that box?
Okay.
Having looked at the packaging and labeling of that item and looking inside, what is that?
This box contains the bottles of promethazine codeine that we recovered from the residence.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 40 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
And Detective Storno, I will grab that for you real quick. Place it right here. Now, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 40 X-ray Bravo and ask you to take a look at that item, and do you see an APD case number associated with it?
Yes.
Is that the APD case number associated with the search warrant of this home?
It is.
And is the collection date on that item the same date as the search warrant?
Yes.
Without opening that item, with the labeling from that package, does that appear to be an item collected or a substance collected from the May 9th, 2022 search of the home?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 40 X-ray Bravo.
It's admitted.
Now, Detective Storno, were some of the items, or not items, but were some of the promethazine coating bottles open that you collected?
Yes.
I am going to hand you what's been marked as 40 X-ray Charlie. Does that have a APD case number associated with it?
It does.
And is that the APD case number associated with this case?
It is.
And are you able to see in that item?
Yes.
And from looking at the labeling of this package and looking inside, does this appear to be an item collected from the home?
Yes, this is from the open bottles of promethazine.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 40 X-ray Charlie.
Admitted.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 40 X-ray Delta. Detective Storno, if you can take a moment and look at, does that have a evidence label on that item?
It does.
And is that the same APD case number associated with the evidence collected from this search?
Yes.
And are you able to, or may you, open that and take a look inside briefly?
Okay, I see.
What is 40 X-ray Delta?
These are empty bottles of that formerly contained promethazine.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of some of the empty bottles that you collected that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 40 X-ray Delta.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm going to publish 41 X-ray. And earlier, Detective Storno, we had discussed about different bedrooms in the home. Is this bedroom depicted on the basement, first floor, or second story?
This is on the first floor, main level of the residence.
Is this within walking distance of the main living room area we had just, in the kitchen area?
Yes.
I'm going to publish, or let me ask you this. Was there a bathroom inside of this room?
Yes, this bedroom has its own bathroom attached.
I'm going to publish 42 X-ray. What do we have here?
So this is in the cabinet underneath the sink. There were two promethazine bottles that we located, as well as this North Face, this black North Face bag.
And did you all go inside of that black North Face bag?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as 43 X-ray. Is this showing some of the contents of that bag?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 44 X-ray. What do we have here?
So there was some marijuana that we recovered from the bag, and as well as also a bag of ammunition. I'm sorry, a box of ammunition.
I am approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44 X-ray Alpha. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Does this item have the same APD evidence case number and identification tag used from the items collected this day?
Yes, it's the same case number.
I'm going to ask you to open that and look inside, please.
Okay.
And you can actually pull that out. And what is that item?
This is a box of 45 caliber ammunition.
And is that the same 45 caliber ammunition that's depicted on 44 X-ray?
It is.
And this was in the first floor, or a bedroom on the first floor of the home, in the bathroom?
That's correct.
I am going to, or at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 44 X-ray Alpha, Your Honor, at this time. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, inside of, I'm going to publish 45 X-ray. Inside of this room, is this a dresser in that same bedroom?
It is.
Now, I'm going to ask Ms. Knight to help me zoom in just briefly on the prescription bottles. And was there a name on these bottles?
There was.
Whose name was on these bottles?
Jimmy Winfrey?
Are you familiar with Jimmy Winfrey?
Yes, I am.
And does he have any nickname that you know him as?
Yes, Pee Wee Roscoe.
I am going to publish State's Exhibit 46, X-ray. Is this the same bedroom that just had the prescription pill bottle with Jimmy Winfrey?
Yes, that's the same bedroom.
And what type of box is this?
That's a Glock firearm box.
I'm going to publish 47 X-ray. Is this a close-up of that Glock firearm box we were just discussing?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 48 X-ray. Now, we had discussed earlier, Detective Storno, about the different floors. Is this one of the stairwells inside the home?
Yes.
And where is this stairwell in relation to that circular couch in the living room?
It's behind it.
I'm going to publish 49 X-ray. Is this taking you down those stairs?
That is taking you downstairs to the basement level.
I'm going to publish 50 X-ray. And is this the view you would have if you got to the bottom of those stairwells?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask Ms. Knight to help me zoom in. Do you see that pile of clothes on the floor?
Yes.
We're going to zoom in a little bit. What is that to the left of those clothes?
Appears to be is a Glock. Well, I'll say it's a firearm with an extended magazine in it.
And I'm going to zoom back out. And publish 51 X-ray. Is this a close-up of that firearm that was in the basement of the home?
Yes.
And where was that item initially located, if you recall?
It was initially located underneath the couch.
That same gray couch depicted?
Yes.
I am going to publish 52 X-ray. Now, do you see the back of this firearm?
Yes.
Have you ever encountered or familiar with something called a switch?
Yes, I'm familiar.
What is that?
It's a device that attaches to the rear slide of a firearm, usually a Glock firearm, which illegally modifies the weapon to fire as an automatic machine gun.
And are you able to tell from this photo that this firearm does or does not have what appears to be a switch?
I can, looking at the photo, I can tell that there's a switch attached to this firearm.
And can you show the jury just real briefly where you're looking at on this firearm?
Yes. So right here is a converter switch that's been attached to the rear of the slide.
And I'm going to go back to 51 X-ray real quick. And is that magazine normal size for a magazine or something else?
No, that's an extended magazine.
And was there ammunition in that magazine?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 53 X-ray. What was the serial number on this firearm with a switch and an extended magazine that we were just discussing?
The firearm is BPH W105.
I am approaching you with what's been marked as 51 X-ray alpha. If you could, Detective Storno, open that box and let me know what is inside of it. Or does it have a serial number on that item?
There is a serial number on it.
And what's the serial number?
Serial number is BPH W105.
Is that the same serial number of the firearm we were just discussing?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 41 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
And is there a magazine inside of that box as well, Detective Storno?
The magazine is not in the box.
Thank you. Now, I am going to approach you with 51 X-ray Bravo. If you could, does that have a APD evidence sticker and case number associated with it?
Yes,
And is that the same case number associated with the search on May 9th, 2022?
it is.
From looking at that and looking at what's inside of that, what are those items?
These are the 9mm rounds recovered from that extended magazine.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 51 X-ray Bravo at this time.
51 or 41? I thought you said 41.
Your Honor, if I did, I misspoke. I meant to say 51 X-ray Alpha. Or excuse me, 51 X-ray Bravo. My apologies.
Okay, so was the last one also 51, the one that was X-ray Alpha?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, those are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I am going to publish what's been marked as 54 X-ray. Now, is this another bedroom in the home?
Yes.
And was this bedroom downstairs, upstairs?
This bedroom was upstairs.
I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 55 X-ray. Was there any bags or items found in that bedroom?
Yes, there was a gray bag found underneath the bed.
I'm going to publish 56 X-ray. What was inside of that gray bag?
A Glock firearm.
I'm going to publish 57 X-ray. Is that the Glock firearm that was found in that gray bag underneath the bed?
Yes.
And I'm going to publish 58 X-ray. What is the serial number of this firearm?
The serial number is BKMN 536.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 57 X-ray Alpha. Detective Storno, if you could take a look at that item and let me know if there's a serial number on that item.
Yes, there's a serial number on it.
What is the serial number?
Serial number is BKMN 536.
Is that the same serial number for the firearm we were just discussing underneath the bed?
Yes, same serial number.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 57 X-ray Alpha at this time.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, was there also I'm going to publish 59 X-ray. In this same room, is this a desk in that room?
It is.
And were there any items collected in that desk?
Yes.
Can you orient the jury to where you're looking at in this desk?
Yes.
And we may zoom in just a little bit.
We located 2 boxes of ammunition as well as a empty magazine.
I'm going to publish 60 X-ray. Is this a close-up of ammunition found in that bedroom?
Yes.
And I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 60 X-ray Alpha. The bag had a slight tear in it, but I am bringing the bag and a red square item and hand it to the witness. Detective Storno, can you please look at the APD case number from that evidence bag and the items inside of it?
Yes.
Is that the same APD case number from the search warrant on May 9th, 2022?
It is.
And inside of it, what is in, or do you recognize what's inside of that bag?
Yes, it's the 2 boxes of 9mm ammunition.
And is it in the same red boxes as depicted on the screen in 60 X-ray?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence what's been marked as 60 X-ray Alpha.
Admitted.
Now, Detective Storno, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish 61 X-ray. Is this the right next to where those 2 ammunition boxes were found?
Yes.
And do you see magazines in that desk drawer?
Yeah, there are 2 empty magazines.
I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 61 X-ray alpha. If you could, Detective Storno, does that have the same APD case number for the search warrant on May 9th, 2022?
It does.
And if you could do me a favor, sir, and just look inside of that bag.
Okay.
What are those items, Detective Storno?
2 empty handgun magazines.
And are they the 2 empty handgun magazines collected from the home that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence 61 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
I'm going to publish 62 X-ray. Now, Detective Storno, what do we have on the screen here?
So these are, we've recovered this from the...
I'm making room for you first. Sorry.
Right. So this was YSL branded slime drink syrup, THC infused, that we recovered from the that coat closet on the main level.
Is that same coat closet that had the blue? I'm going to publish 5 X-ray. Is this that coat closet, that blue door on the far right?
Yes, same, this closet right here. That was where we recovered from.
Where the same closet where we had the gun firearm boxes we talked about earlier?
That's correct.
I'm going to go back to 62 X-ray. I'm just going to grab a couple of these items, make some room. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with 62 X-ray alpha. Detective Storno, if you could be so kind, and do you see an evidence label first outside of 62 X-ray alpha?
Yes.
And is it the same APD case number associated with this case?
It is.
Can you do me a favor and open up that box and look inside? And what is inside 62 X-ray alpha?
Inside is the YSL branded slime drink syrup infused with THC.
I'm going to, Your Honor, it moves to tender into evidence 62 X-ray alpha at this time.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 63 X-ray. What do we have depicted here?
Those were the 2 Glock firearm boxes that we located during our search of the residence.
I'm going to publish 64 X-ray. And I'm going to zoom. Is this the first floor of the residence?
It is.
I'm going to zoom in on the bottom right. Do you see that a memorial flyer in this photograph?
Yes.
The state's going to publish 65 X-ray. Is this a close-up of that memorial?
It is.
Are you familiar with Christian McMiller?
I am.
Is he still alive here today?
He is not.
When did he pass away?
He was tragically shot and killed on the highway on, I believe it was March 11th of 2022.
And did you know him to be friends with anyone from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yes.
I'm going to publish 5 X-ray. Was anyone else killed the same night as him?
Yes, the other individual Mr. McMiller was in a car with was Mr. Darius Ford, whom was also shot and killed that night as well.
On the highway?
On the highway.
Now, after the collecting the items and searching the home, did you ever write out any arrest warrants?
Yes.
What charges, or who did you write warrants for?
Mr. Jeffery Williams, Mr. Deamonte Kendrick, and Mr. Martinez Arnold.
And what charges did you take out?
I charged all 3 individuals with possession of marijuana with the intent to distribute, possession of a Schedule 5 controlled substance with intent to distribute, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Did you have any additional charges or warrants that you took out?
Yes.
Did you have any related to the unit that you work?
Yes.
What were those charges?
I also charged all 3 individuals with unlawful participation in criminal street gang activity.
Detective Storno, why did you take out those warrants?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked as 63 X-ray alpha. Detective Storno, if you would be so kind, does that have a APD evidence sticker associated with it?
It does.
And is that the same APD evidence sticker associated with this case?
It is.
May you be so kind as to open that and look inside.
Okay.
What is that exhibit?
These are the 2 Glock firearm boxes that we recovered during the search.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 63 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, there's one more item. I'm going to mark this as 66 X-ray. And defense counsel may look, it was just one item I did not mark. Detective Storno, I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 66 X-ray. Does that have the APD case number associated with this case?
I don't see the APD case number.
Can you look on Do you see it handwritten anywhere on that item?
Not the APD case number.
Do you see a label on it anywhere?
Yeah, I see labels. I just don't see the
That's all right.
the APD case number.
That's all right. I'll come grab that exhibit. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Well, one brief moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time. Thank you, Detective Storno.
All
I'm
right,
going to
so
grab this
cross
out of your way.
for this witness.
There is, Your Honor, but can we take 10 minutes?
A break first? Sure, let's take our afternoon break right now. All right, take about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Is everybody ready to get the jury back in? Yes, no, yes, yes.
Where's Mr. Atkins? I think you probably want him. Okay. I got it.
So Laura.
All right, Judge, I got you.
That's the house. Great.
Okay, no problem.
Or maybe 92. That might be.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you happen to hear back from this?
I'm trying to sort it out right now.
Is it okay we release him then and just bring him back?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. If y'all want to just not worry about him today at all, that's fine with me. Up to y'all. Give me like 10 more minutes to see if I can figure out the answer. I may or may not have what I need at this point. I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll kill it, don't fuck up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Detective Storno.
Good afternoon.
I know I briefly introduced myself to you a few minutes ago, but I am Doug Weinstein. I am Deamonte Kendrick's lawyer.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. Let's talk about the home on Allison Way for a few minutes. You said this home was Jeffery Williams' home, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware of all the other people that were living in the home at the time?
Not all of the individuals, no.
Okay, but you were aware other people other than Jeffery Williams were living in that home at the time?
There were definitely other people that were residing in the house.
Mr. Kendrick was not one of the people that resided in that home.
We have reason to believe that he was living in the residence for some days leading up to the search warrant.
He was a guest in the home, correct?
It depends how you want to say he was a guest, or was he staying for an extended stay?
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Can you, Ms. Knight, would you put up, let's put up 5XX, please. Publish that. By the way, while that's being published, when you looked around this house was like a party house, wasn't it? I mean, what's your opinion when you saw that?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
When you went in the house, was 5XX up here? Let's look in the lower left corner of 5XX. What do you see in the lower left corner?
Some red, you talking about the red cups?
Yeah, the red cups.
Uh-huh.
How many, I'll call them red Solo brand cups. How's that?
Okay.
How many of those red Solo brand cups do you see there?
Just depicted here in the photo, I can see at least 7, maybe 6 or 7.
6 or 7, and they're in those like a racking a billiard cue setup, right?
That's correct.
Is that the type of thing that, you have one of those in your home?
I do not know.
Okay. Neither do I, but I guess that's neither here nor there.
No, it's not, so let's
so
not
what
be
about-
making commentary.
Okay, Your Honor. What about your knowledge of Mr. Williams? You know this home was occupied by, or the resident of this home, is someone that suffered from drug problems. Are you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume the facts not admitted in evidence.
Sustained.
Okay, let's talk about what you found in the home. The marijuana that you found, what appears to be marijuana that you found in the home. Was Mr. Kendrick holding that marijuana when he was apprehended, arrested?
No.
Was Mr. Kendrick, let's put up 9XX, please. Could you publish 9XX? I'm not going to go through these one by one. I don't want to belabor the point. Okay, 9XX. That marijuana that you, or what looks like marijuana that's there, was Mr. Kendrick found around that marijuana?
I don't believe he was, I believe he was apprehended attempting to exit the residence. So not near that marijuana right there, no.
Okay, we'll get into where he was apprehended in the future, but he was not, as far as you know, around this marijuana when he was apprehended, when he was arrested.
Well, he was inside the residence.
He was arrested from inside the residence.
I'm asking, like, are you saying was he within a certain amount of feet of the marijuana, or?
Sure. Was he within arm's length of the marijuana?
No, I do not believe he was.
Okay. Was this taken off of his body?
No.
Were any of these drugs, I don't want to go one by one, so let's try general if that'll work. Were any of these drugs that you've shown today, were any of these drugs taken off of Mr. Kendrick?
No, not off his person, no.
Okay. What about the numerous weapons that that's been shown to you today that you've shown? Were those taken off Mr. Kendrick?
Not his person, no.
Were they found within his arm length?
Within his arm length, no.
Okay. Here, let's look at, what is this number? Okay. 62XX, what, alpha?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Weinstein. Yeah, that's 62 X-ray alpha.
Okay, 62 X-ray alpha. I'm going to hand you one of these. Your Honor, may I give the jury some samples of 62 X-ray?
You may not.
They'll return it. Okay. 62 X-ray alpha. Let's look at that. Can you read what's on the front label of 62 X-ray alpha?
Sure. It has YSL, Young Stoner Life, slime drink syrup, pink cotton candy, 420 milligrams, 8 THC, net weight 5 ounces, 150 milliliters.
Okay, and what's before the 8? Does that look like a delta to you, like it says delta 8?
Yes.
Okay, so it's delta 8 THC, at least according to the label, correct?
That's correct.
And that's the same kind of delta 8 THC that you can buy all around Atlanta at the stores.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so let's look at the back for just a moment. Can you turn it over and look at the back label?
Yes.
I'm not going to have you read all of that, but it says pink cotton candy, 420 milligrams, delta 8 THC, correct?
Correct.
And what's the word below that?
The warning.
Warning. And below that warning is a long paragraph of, if you want to read it over first, that's fine, but a long paragraph of warnings about use of the product, correct?
Yes.
And it's the type of warning you'd see on, other products that you might buy at a drugstore, correct?
Correct.
Below that warning, the next pink printing you see, what does that say?
Ingredients.
Would you read the ingredients, please?
Allulose, simple syrup, sodium, benzoate, citric acid, food coloring, flavor additive, cannabinoid, distillates from hemp, sunflower, lecithin.
Okay. I don't know how any of that's pronounced.
I probably messed it up.
No. The back to the warning just a minute. Would you just read the first sentence of the warning, please?
In accordance with the provisions of the 2018 Farm Bill, this product contains no more than 0.3% Delta-9
you can just say THC if you'd like.
THC on a dry weight basis.
Okay. So again, this is assuming this is correct as to what's in it. This is the same type of thing that is available for sale around Atlanta.
It may be. I haven't seen it in the...
Okay, below ingredients, there's another pink text. What does that text say?
Directions.
Would you read that?
Must shake well, mix with favorite drink, and enjoy.
And 1 capful per serving, correct?
That's correct.
And then at the very bottom, what type of label, what do you see on that part of the label?
You talking about the nutrition facts or the...
the nutrition facts.
Uh-huh.
So there's nutrition facts there. What's it say there?
20 servings. Each serving size is 1 cap, 7.5 milliliters.
Okay, and it's got the serving size, amount per serving. It has your carbs. If you're tracking your calories, that's there, right? So it's the same type of nutrition label you see on all kinds of other products, correct?
Correct.
What's below that for manufacturer?
Below the manufacturer is a website.
No, I'm sorry. Where it says manufactured by, what does that read?
Elemental Extractions, Huntington, West Virginia, with the 25705 zip code.
Okay. So this does not seem like a particularly nefarious product, given the warning, the ingredients, the directions. It's like any other product you might buy, correct?
I guess it's any other Delta 8 product you may buy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with property evidence summary reports? In general, property reports. Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
I want to show you this a moment. Take a look at that and tell me if that's something that you're generally familiar with.
Yes.
I don't have a moving microphone.
I'm sure there's one you can borrow somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll just leave this with you for now, and then I'll ask you some questions. So this is a report you're familiar with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This property, can you read at the top what it says for case number?
Case number is 221291090.
I'd like this marked as DK10, admitted into evidence, as the property report from this case number that was just read. DK10.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted.
Would you look at the detailed inventory of go past the vehicles to the detailed inventory of the individual items that were seized from the home? This is from Jeffery Williams' home, correct?
Correct.
And what page are you on now? You're on page
5.
Page 5. And that is a list of vehicles and property that was seized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't complete this particular form, correct?
No, the evidence property form, no, I did not.
And are you familiar with the procedure of how you itemize lists on a property form? Like, what level of detail do you normally go into when you're itemizing items that are seized during a search and seizure warrant?
Well, you generally like to list, if it's an item that has a serial number, you'll list that. You'll describe the item. You'll list whether it's evidence or just property. And if there's a value known, you'll put that, and you'll also add who was in possession of the said item.
Okay. Keep a hold of that for a moment, and I'm going to show you some other pictures that came from the search of the home that day, search of Jeffery Williams' home. Tell me if you're familiar with these images, please.
I am.
Okay. You want to look at all 4 of them just to make sure. Okay. So I'd like to introduce into evidence what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit DK11A, or 11 Alpha, 11B, 11C for Colette, and 11D.
DK11.
DK11A,
and D.
A, B, C, and D.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, can you put up DK11A, please? Can you tell us what we're looking at in DK11A?
Looks like we're looking at a bunch of jewelry as well as a stack of currency.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this, but do you know where this was found in Mr. Williams' home?
I don't recall off the top of my head where this jewelry was located.
But it was found in Mr. Williams' home, correct?
Correct.
Could you put DK11B, please? What are we looking at in DK11B?
I believe this same picture, just it shows more of the jewelry and watches.
DK11C, please, Mr. Kokomo.
More jewelry. Looks like there's some rings.
And DK11D, what are we looking at there?
There's a sunglass case, a ring case, more jewelry.
Okay. And would you agree that this property likely, just upon looking at it, has significant value?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And would this be something, when you were doing an itemized evidence report, that you would list piece by piece into that report?
Piece by piece? It depends. With so much jewelry, that might be categorized all together with just jewelry.
If you just categorize it together as just jewelry, what are the procedures in place to make sure that all of this jewelry is properly tracked and doesn't walk off at some point?
Well, you would place it in an evidence bag, create a property tag for it, and secure the evidence and turn it into property.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So if there was any particular piece of jewelry that had significant value and it was amongst here, you would have put that in a property bag and it would still be in the possession of evidence. Is that correct?
Any property that was seized would be in a property bag and submitted to evidence.
And if it disappeared from the home and didn't appear in the property bag with evidence, where would that property be?
If it disappeared from the home?
Yes.
And not in property?
Yes.
I couldn't say where the property would be.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything, Mr. Short?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Investigator, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. May 9th, 2022 is the date of this execution of the search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You started to say that you knew, you thought there were other people living there, and then you gave an opinion about Mr. Kendrick's living there. Who, to your understanding, who was living at that residence, if you know?
I don't know who was living there, just the occupants that were there during the time that we served the search warrant, other than obviously Mr. Williams resided there.
Okay. Okay, so you don't know of any other individuals, you're just basing on who was there at the time?
I don't know who was living there on a permanent basis other than Mr. Williams.
Okay, fair enough. All right. How many guns were taken from Mr. Williams' residence on May 9th, 2022?
I believe it was 6 firearms that were located.
6 firearms, some ammunition, some magazines.
Correct.
Clips.
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you, out of the 6 firearms that were collected from this residence on May 9th, 2022, to your knowledge, did any of those firearms ballistically match any of the shell casings from January 10th, 2015 outside the barbershop on outside the barbershop in Mechanicsville?
I have not reviewed the ballistics reports on those firearms.
Okay, so you do not have any information of any of these firearms matching the January 10th, 2015 shooting of Donovan Thomas?
I do not.
Okay. How about these 6 firearms that you collected on May 9th, 2022? Do you have any information that even suggests that these firearms, any of these firearms, match any shell casings or any ballistics from the March 14th, 2022 shooting of Shamel Drinks?
No, as I said, I have not reviewed the ballistics results from those firearms being test fired.
Okay. Now, when you executed this search warrant, May 9th, 2022, my client, Shannon Stillwell, was not present.
No, he was not.
Okay. Do you know how long Mr. Williams had owned this residence?
I do not know the approximate time he owned it.
Okay. Fingerprints in that residence. Are you aware of any fingerprints belonging to Mr. Stillwell that were ever located in that residence?
I am not aware of any.
How about DNA? Any of Mr. Stillwell's DNA?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any evidence at all that Mr. Shannon Stillwell has ever, even once, been present, visited, ever gone to that residence on Allison Drive?
I do not have any evidence that he's been to that residence.
No evidence at all.
I do not have any, no.
Thank you.
That's it? All right, yeah, redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Detective Storno, was it around 6 p.m. when you began staging or getting close to entering the home on May 9th, 2022?
It was around 6 p.m. when the search warrant was executed.
And before 6 p.m. on May 9th, 2022, were you ever inside of that home at 355 Allison Drive?
I had never been inside that home, no.
So when asked questions about who was present or what transpired in that home, until you stepped foot in it, had you ever been in there before?
No.
And when the Titan unit and the SWAT unit clears a residence, is it, let me ask you this, is there any noises before they enter the home? Is there any way for anyone inside of the home to know that someone is coming?
Well, to my knowledge, SWAT did announce their presence.
And was there any air units or audible helicopters or anything like that involved?
Yes, our air unit did assist in the execution of the search warrant.
And does the APD SWAT unit who participated in that search, do they utilize drones as well?
Yes.
When you said it was roughly, on cross-examination, you were asked questions about, do you have any evidence if defendant Kendrick was within arm's reach or had any drugs or firearm on him? Do you recall that?
Yes.
How long was it from when SWAT first announced their presence to people in the home before that house was able to be searched?
At least around 30 minutes.
And when you had mentioned where it was defendant Kendrick arrested, inside the home or outside the home?
I do not recall whether he was arrested inside the home or outside. I know he was attempting to flee and was apprehended by uniformed officers executing the search of that were entering the residence.
And how many you remember the kitchen cabinet we had discussed with the suspected marijuana and the tan and black firearm?
Yes.
How many grams of marijuana were recovered in the residence?
A total of, I believe it was 1,299 grams of marijuana.
And in the time frame from when SWAT announced their presence to when APD gang unit personnel were collecting items, was there enough time to place items in the home?
Yes, there was ample opportunity to hide items in the home between the time that SWAT actually was able to clear the residence.
And with that secret compartment in the pantry, do you remember that?
Yes.
Did you need a passcode or anything to open it?
No.
Is it easy to open up that pantry door?
Yeah, it's easy to open up if you know where it is.
I also wanted to ask you that, well, Your Honor, may I briefly approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, while we were speaking, the items we were discussing have arrived. So thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective Storno, I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as 70 X-ray. Detective Storno, do you have an APD case number associated with, is the APD case number for this case on that piece of evidence?
Yes.
And can you do me a favor and open that up and look inside of it?
Sure.
Thank you.
You want me to go ahead and open up the...
If you could, Detective Storno, thank you.
Okay.
And what are the items that are contained inside of this?
It's a whole bunch of jewelry, watches, some chains recovered from the residence. Rings.
The state at this time, does it appear, the state at this time moves to tender into evidence 70 X-ray.
All right, that's admitted.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to keep it in one 70 X-ray box. No further questions. Thank you, Detective Storno.
Detective, that's all the jewelry that was seized right there. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you look through that and tell me if there is a Richard Mill or Mille, M-I-L-L-E, RM055 Bubba Watson white ceramic watch? It's pretty distinctive as it's white ceramic, so that might help your search.
Okay, I mean, I see a Richie Miller, but only it's a pink one. I don't see a white one.
I want you to confirm that there is no white one in there, just so you're certain.
You might need more space than that.
Yeah, there's not a white one in here.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need. I have no more questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse, Judge? Thank you.
And y'all might need a minute to kind of clean some of that away before our next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to...
just take a break. Okay. I know we just had one, but we're talking about.
All right for the jury. Sorry. That's fine. Simone.
And also this, here.
Okay. Hang on just a second.
You raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. State and spell first and last name for the courts.
First name Usainu, Ousseynou. Last name Samba, Samba.
Good afternoon, Officer Samba.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'm sorry, Sergeant Samba. And can you just do me a favor and speak to the mic so the jury can
Sure.
Thank you. Sergeant Samba, where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been employed with APD?
9 years.
Can you kind of orient the jury with your career path during your time with APD?
Yes, sir. I came out 2016, was assigned to Zone 5 FOD, where you answer 911 calls. I was on the watch patrolling for 8 months. After 8 months, I was assigned to the crime suppression unit, focused more on the Midtown area. I was there for about a year. Then I was transferred to the field investigation team for about another year. Then from there, I went to the Apex unit for 2.5 years. Got promoted to investigator, went to the aggravated assault unit for 5 months. Then I was promoted to a sergeant and now assigned to Zone 1 FOD.
And what is your position with Zone 1?
I'm a supervisor on day watch.
Sergeant, are you post-certified?
Yes, sir.
And have you maintained the post-certification throughout your career?
Yes, sir, I have.
I want to turn your attention to May 2022. What unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the Apex unit.
And what does APEX stand for?
Apex is a violent crime unit that stands for Atlanta Proactive Enforcement and Interdictions.
Now, does the APEX unit work closely with the SWAT unit?
Yes, they do.
And what are some of, strike that. When the APEX unit is working with the SWAT unit, what is the role of the APEX unit?
Usually we are assigned to maintain the perimeter of the location where the SWAT is entering or searching.
Now, with respect to a execution of a search warrant, does the SWAT unit and APEX unit meet to devise a tactical plan of execution?
Yes, prior to going to the location, we always meet up and we everybody get their assignment so they can understand what's their role once they get to the location.
And when APEX does meet with the SWAT, do they meet in a close location?
It depends. Sometimes it can be at the headquarters. Sometimes it can be somewhere near the location where they're gonna do the search warrant or the arrest warrant.
And when you leave when APEX leaves the staging area to go to the Tiger location, does APEX and SWAT, do they move together or do they separate?
Yes, sometimes we move together. Sometimes we get there first and we assume the perimeter. Then we let the SWAT team take over and go inside.
I want to turn your attention to May 9th, 2022. Did you, as an APEX officer, did you assist with the execution of the search warrant at 355 Allison Drive?
Yes, I did.
And as an APEX officer, what were your responsibilities that day?
My responsibility was to assume the perimeter. I was assigned to the right side of the location, outside the house, of course.
And with respect to this search warrant, did the APEX unit work in conjunction with the SWAT unit?
Yes.
And how did they work in conjunction together?
We met somewhere in Bucket. I don't remember the location. and everybody was given the assignment. And prior to getting to location, everybody knew where they were gonna go once we arrived.
And what was your assignment?
I was assigned the perimeter. I was outside the location, standing on the right side of the house, where I could see the side and the back of the house.
Now, how long were you at your post or at your position before SWAT made entry?
I would say between 5, maybe 10 minutes.
I'm now going to show you what's been pre-marked. That states 68XX. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, that's a overview. Oh, okay. Yes, sorry.
Is that what is it?
It's like a overview shot of the location that we executed the warrant from.
I'm sorry.
It's an overview shot of the location where we were, where we went to.
Is that a fair and accurate? I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
is that a fair and accurate depiction of the location where the search warrant was executed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit state 68XX. Now publishing state 68XX. Maybe on the screen in front of you or behind you, Sergeant Samba. A ruler. Maybe a ruler right behind you. Right behind you. And if you kind of orient the jury of your location that particular day?
Yeah, sure. I was assigned to this side of the house. I was standing somewhere over here. So I was able to see this side and also a part of this, the back side of the house. So basically I was standing right here with another officer.
Sergeant Samba, did you come into contact with Mr. Deamonte Kendrick?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for the jury how you came in contact with Mr. Kendrick?
Yes. While I was standing on the side of the house and waiting for the SWAT team to make an entry, at some point I could hear some rumbling on the back side of the house, which is like leading to a mini forest, like a bushes area. You could hear someone moving. At first I didn't see him, and then me and my partner, we could see a person running from the back of the house. He was running straight, heading toward other officers that were standing directly to the back of the house, and I was coming from the side. I don't think he saw me, so I was running toward him while he was running straight to the other officers. Once he made contact with those officers, he changed his directions. Now he started running toward me. Then he saw me. He went around a abandoned house, I believe. Ran up a hill. I followed him, and we both ended in somewhere in a loading dock area where he was sitting behind a truck. That's when I first made contact with him.
Now, you said a lot, so I'm going to ask you to kindly point to the direction on the screen, on 68XX.
All right, so like I said, I was standing right here, and someone was moving around this area. When I saw him, he was running straight down here. The SWAT team command post was standing right here. So I started running this way. When he got to this point and made contact with those officers, he changed his direction, started running this way, when I was still coming down this way. Then he ran up somewhere over here. I followed him. So we ended up somewhere over here where the loading dock area was.
So that area is the loading dock area?
Yeah, somewhere over here there's a loading dock area underneath. There's a loading dock area. The way out in the road.
In that white building, is that what is that?
Yeah, this is a parking lot, but underneath, this is a higher level, but underneath there's a loading dock area, I believe.
Okay. And what about the white building, so in the upper right corner? What is that building?
You talking about this one?
Nope.
This one?
Right in front of where you were standing. Yeah, what is that building?
That's the location we were searching with the SWAT team.
Okay, you can ask. Thank you. I want to pick up to when you first encountered Mr. Kendrick at the loading dock area. Okay?
Yes.
Walk the jury through what happened.
He was sitting behind a truck on the stairs. I finally made contact with him, and I had my duty weapon drawn. Gave him orders to either show me his hands or get to the ground. He was not complying after 2 or 3 times. When I realized that he was not armed, I holstered my duty weapon back and I approached him with my handcuffs. I believe I grabbed his right hand to put the handcuffs on, and he snatched away from me, and he took off running again.
Again?
Yes.
Did you ask him for his name or his identification?
No, because at that time he was still not detained.
Did you try to detain him?
Yes, I tried just when he snatched away from me and ran again.
So once he took off running again, did you give chase?
Yes, I followed him again. Kept running for another 20 seconds.
Did you get any verbal commands for him to stop?
I don't recall. I guess we were both tired to try to run. So
Ultimately, do you apprehend this kid?
yes, he finally ended up somewhere else, and he was completely tired, and I was able to put a handcuff on him this time.
So after you apprehended him, what happened?
My partner was looking for us. He couldn't find us, so I had to wait for him to come to my location, and we were able to get him on his feet and walk him down back to the location where we were met by another officer who took custody from me and took him to the front.
Did you do anything else?
No. That was it. I went back to my original assignment and stayed there until the end of the whole process. And then after that, I just let the investigation take over.
Did you prepare any reports or supplemental reports?
No, I did not.
Where's the notice for a moment? Sergeant Sanders, do you recall collecting the phone or anything off of
No, I don't remember that.
That's perfect.
All right, questions for this witness?
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Mr. Kendrick. How are you?
Good, how are you, sir?
Good. I want to make sure, can you put up that exhibit that shows the overhead? Thank you. You can charge Max for that. Would you point out again where you first saw Mr. Kendrick?
Can you turn the other way so you can kind of be facing the jury so they can make sure they hear you talking?
First time I saw him, he was somewhere over here, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Did you see Mr. Kendrick exit the house?
No,
Okay,
no.
okay. And you can be seated. I don't believe I have any more questions that require you to stand. And did I also hear you say that Mr. Kendrick was not armed when you apprehended
Yes.
him? Okay. Do you remember him telling you that he was scared
No.
and wanting his mom?
I remember him calling his mom.
Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions.
All right. Ms. Sharding, questions?
No, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
The state called GBI chemist Lowry.
Okay.
She goes by Brennan now, but it's Lowry for the witness list.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Proceed. State, spell your first and last name for the court to let me know, please.
Morgan Brennan, MorganBrennan.
Good afternoon, Ms. Brennan. How are you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Doing well. Can you tell the jury where you are employed?
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or the GBI.
And how long have you been employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
A little over 5 years.
What is your role or capacity there?
I'm a forensic chemist.
And can you tell the jury what you do as a forensic chemist?
I test suspected drug evidence for the presence or absence of controlled substances.
Now, how long, well, let me ask you this. Before becoming a forensic chemist, what kind of training do you need before working?
I had to complete my bachelor's degree in forensic chemistry and general chemistry, and I completed the drug identification training program at the GBI.
And where did you obtain those degrees from?
Towson University.
And once you had that specialized training, is that put on by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It is.
And what does that training entail in general?
We practice with known samples and unknown samples to do our analytical and instrumentation techniques. We go through lectures, readings, and we have examinations consisting of practical, oral, and written.
And have you testified in court proceedings before on items that you've tested?
I have.
And have you been tendered as an expert before?
I have.
Approximately how many times?
About 7 times.
And what were you tendered as an expert as?
As a forensic chemist.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender as an expert, deemed an expert in forensic chemistry, Your Honor.
All right. She is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you explain the general process for testing items that you receive at the GBI?
When I receive suspected drug evidence, I'll compare the evidence in front of me and the submission form submitted with it with the information that is input when the evidence is received at the lab. And then I'll do a visual examination and then continue my examination from there depending on the type of evidence.
Now, when you receive evidence from, is it have the APD case number or other law enforcement agency along with it?
Yes, there are unique identifiers based on that agency.
And what is the unique identifying system for GBI?
When evidence is submitted to the GBI, everything is photographed and cataloged into our laboratory information management system, or LIMS, and that is when everything will get photographed and given a unique GBI case number and barcode.
Now, when you receive multiple items from one case, do you ever have to, what's your process for numbering or identifying, say, when you receive multiple items from one agency on one case?
So when items are submitted in separate packages from the agency, those are given a unique GBI case number with a -1 counting up sequentially. And then within that package, if things look visually inconsistent, we call them different populations, and I will then sequentially separate them. For example, the first bag will be item 1, and then each item, sub-item within there will become 1A, 1B, and so forth.
So if, for example, you had an assortment of unidentified pills, if you had different shapes or colors of pills, would you ever organize differently those items?
Yes, anything that is visually different. So for pills, for example, anything that's a different color, shape, or logo identification will be assigned a different unique item number.
And when you receive, say, for example, you have something that has hundreds of pills or you have multiple grams or milliliters of a substance, do you test all of the substance?
No, I test a representative sample of that population.
Now, did you ever have, or did you ever test items associated with APD case number 221291090?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I am going to approach the witness with what's been marked as 70 X-ray.
You marked the jewelry 70.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I will mark this as 71 X-ray alpha.
All right.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is my lab report for item 1 for this case.
And in general, can you describe for the jury, or is it a fair and accurate depiction of item 1 lab report you did for this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 71 X-ray alpha.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, who was this from Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And who was the requesting, does it have who it was requested by, as in a detective or officer?
Yes, on the submission form, it was Officer Joseph Storno.
When were these items received by the GBI lab?
They were received July 27th, 2022.
And for this specific item, what did the GBI receive?
I received 2 containers of solid material.
I am going to approach you with what's been marked as, or already admitted as, 37 X-ray Bravo. If you could have a minute and take a look at that. Do you see any markings that you made on that item?
I do. I see my signature and the date that I sealed the evidence.
And is that a process that you do for any item that you test at the GBI?
Yes.
Now, how is there any numbering system for this item, as in like how you numbered it?
Yes, and each container I also labeled with the unique GBI case number and item number, as well as my initials.
And what is the unique, I guess, sub number for this? Not the APD case number, not the GBI DOFIS number, but was this 3, 1, 2? What was this specific item before you?
Items 1A and 1B.
And is that what is in the packages that you have up there before you?
Yes.
And what testing did you perform on those items?
I performed electric balance, gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, and thin layer chromatography.
Can you just explain what that means or what that entails?
Yes, so the balance is essentially just weighing the item. Gas chromatography mass spectrometry, or GCMS, will separate any components of a mixture and allow me to uniquely identify those separate components. And thin layer chromatography, again, can separate the components of a mixture, and I can identify if I have a standard.
And for this case, was this numbered as 1A and 1B on the 2 containers that you tested?
Yes.
And is there 2 containers inside of there before you?
There is.
How much did 1A weigh?
1A had a total net weight of 0.791 grams.
And what did 1B have?
A total net weight of 0.869 grams.
Did either of those substances test positive for any controlled substance?
They did.
What controlled substance?
Both had a conclusion of analysis confirms the presence of cocaine in the sample tested.
And what scheduled drug is cocaine?
A Schedule 2.
And when it has, do you have any measurement uncertainty percentages on your reports?
Yes, for the weights.
What does that mean?
That essentially gives a range that the acceptable value of the weight when it was obtained will fall within, because things can fluctuate depending on the environmental conditions.
And when was this report date generated?
July 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Now I'm going to approach the witness with what's been marked as 71 X-ray. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is 71 X-ray?
This is another report of mine for item 3 for this case.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the report you generated for item 3 in this case?
It is.
Your Honor, the state moves to tender into evidence 71 X-ray at this time.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what date were these items received by the GBI?
July 27th, 2022.
And does this have the same agency reference number that we just discussed?
Yes.
Does it end in 1090?
Yes.
And is this also requested by Joseph Storno?
Yes.
Now, what was contained in item 3 that this report references in general?
Various tablets.
Now, as you discussed earlier, when GBI gets a multitude of tablets from a submission, is there subletters on this report on 71 X-ray?
Yes.
And do they go from alpha all the way, what is the last number or letter? 3 alpha through?
M.
Okay, through 3 Mike.
Mm-hmm.
And for this specific report, what of the 3 alpha through 3 M was tested?
I tested sub-items of 3A, 1 through 4, 3B, 2 through 3, 3C, 2 through 4, 3D, 2 through 4, 3E, 1 through 3, and 3F, 1 through 3.
Now, I'm going to approach you with what's already been admitted as 37 X-ray alpha. And if you could be so kind, ma'am, and open that up and open that exhibit up to get some of the other items inside. And I have gloves, or is that all right?
Yes, gloves. And
Yes. I'll be 1 second. Now, inside of that exhibit, is there a lot of smaller bags?
Yes.
And do these contain an assortment of variety of pills?
Yes.
For the testing that you did for item 3, when we were talking about 3 alpha through 3 M as in Mike, are those items before you pertain to what was number 3 that you tested?
Yes, without laying them all out individually, it appears, yes, there are multiple.
Okay. And thank you. What I was going to do is, so essentially with all of those items you had, is it fair or not fair to say that you tested these individual sub bags of the assorted pills?
Yes, the ones listed previously,
Okay.
yes.
I am going to, well, for this specific, what was listed as 3 alpha, what, if any, positive test came back for that?
So only 3 alpha 1 I chemically analyzed,
What did it come back as?
and that has a report confirms the presence of carisoprodol.
What is that substance otherwise known as, or is there a common name for that?
Like benzodiazepine.
Okay. What are some other benzodiazepines? Examples?
There's, sorry, drawing a blank.
Is there
I'm only
any-
seeing the things in front of me.
No, that's fair. Is there any, let me ask it this way.
List of antidepressants, basically.
Okay, thank you.
General terms.
And what scheduled drug is carisoprodol?
Schedule 4.
Okay. And when other items listed, it says no chemical examinations performed as logo identification is visually consistent with a pharmaceutical preparation. What does that mean?
I only performed a logo identification, which is essentially a visual examination of the item.
Okay. Now, moving to, or I'm going to approach you with what's marked as 72 X-ray. Thank you. And is that also a report you generated for this case?
Yes.
Same case number, ending in 1090?
Yes.
Requested by Joseph Storno?
Yes.
Received on July 27, 2022?
Yes.
And is this specific, well, is it a fair and accurate depiction of a report you generated for this APD case number and DOFIS case number?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state moves to tender into evidence 72 X-ray at this time.
All right, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, is this, can you tell the jury, is this report in 72 X-ray also involving some of the pills that you have before you with
Yes.
number 3? What specifically number and letter was tested in this report?
3G.
And did it test positive for any controlled substance?
Yes.
What controlled substance?
Oxycodone.
And what scheduled drug is oxycodone?
Schedule 2.
And what was the net weight for this oxycodone that you tested for 3G?
As a net weight of total sample is 6.952 grams.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to approach you with 73 X-ray. And if you could just briefly look over that report and look up at me once you're ready. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is it the APD case number or report you generated for the items we've been discussing?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of such report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 73 X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Same last 4 agency number and requesting Joseph Storno?
Yes.
And received on July 27, 2022?
Yes.
Now, for 73 X-ray, is this also pertain to that assortment of pills you have before you?
Yes.
And what specifically number and letter did you test on this report?
3H1 through 3H3.
And what did those tablets come back as, if anything?
3H1 and 3H2 both confirmed the presence of amphetamine. And 3H3, I only did a logo identification.
And is amphetamine, what scheduled drug is that substance?
Schedule 2.
I'm approaching you with 74 X-ray. Do you recognize that report?
Yes.
Is it another report you generated with the same APD case number?
Yes.
And same GBI identifying DOFIS case number ending in 9842?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 74 X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was this also requested by Joseph Storno?
Yes.
And received on July 27, 2022?
Yes.
And specifically, this report you have before you, did it pertain to the assortment of miscellaneous pills that you have before you?
Yes.
What number and letter did this report pertain to?
I tested 3I1 and 3I2.
And did they come back for testing positive for any substances?
Yes.
What substance?
Both confirmed the presence of MDMA.
And what was the weight for those items?
For 3I1, it was 2.698 grams, and 3I2 was 2.378 grams.
And for each of these reports that pertain to the large bag of pills, does your report list sometimes either colors or imprints on the pills or tablets?
Yes.
Is that a way to identify them?
Yes.
And what was the color or imprint for the items you just discussed?
3I1 were green tablets with an imprint of G6, and 3I2 were red tablets with an imprint of 36 and 300, or G6, sorry, and 300.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I wanted to approach you with what's been marked as 75 X-ray. And let me know if you recognize that report.
Yes.
Is this also a report you generated from testing items received for this same APD case number?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of one of the reports you generated for this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 75 X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, does this 75 X-ray, what number and letter does it pertain to?
3J1 and 3J2.
And what was the either color or imprint on 3J1 and 3J2?
3J1 were teal tablets, and 3J2 were blue tablets with G6 and 300.
Now, were those items, did they test positive for the presence of any illegal narcotics?
Yes.
What substance?
Both confirmed the presence of MDMA.
And what was the net weight of those items?
3J1 was a total net weight of 2.478 grams, and 3J2 was a total weight of 2.351 grams.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to also now approach you with 76 X-ray. If you could take a look at that, please. Is this also a report you generated for APD case number ending in 1090?
Yes.
And same GBI DOFIS case number?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of a report you generated for these items?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 76 X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, what item and number does this report in 76 X-ray pertain to?
3K.
And what was the color or imprint on 3K?
They were tablets in the shape of a money bag.
And did it test positive for any substance?
Yes.
What substance?
Confirmed the presence of MDMA.
And what was the net weight of that substance?
Less than 1 gram.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 77 X-ray. Let me know if you recognize that, ma'am.
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of one of the reports you generated for this case number?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 77 X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was this also from Joseph Storno and received on July 27, 2022?
Yes.
And one quick note, when it says, after it says it was received by the lab, can you explain to the jury what it indicates with the sealed packages underneath?
Yes. The package was not properly initialed by the receiving agency, so that was corrected by the evidence receiving technicians at the GBI.
And was there a date of resubmission?
Yes, August 31st, 2022.
And has that, does what we just described pertain to a number of the items or the items from this bag of assorted pills?
It would mean the entire bag, so that outer package was resubmitted.
Okay, thank you. Now, for this item, what was the number and letter associated with this report in 77 X-ray?
3L1 through 3L4.
And what was the color or imprint on those items?
3L1 was one pink tablet with G6 300. 3L2 were tablets with an imprint of OP35. 3L03 were tablets with O111. And 3L4 were tablets with the imprint 2410V.
And did these test positive for any controlled substance?
3L01 I chemically analyzed, and yes, it did.
What substance?
MDMA.
And what was the net weight of that item?
Less than 1 gram.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 78 X-ray. If you could take a moment and review that, please. Do you recognize this report?
Yes.
And is it pertain to the same APD case number we've been discussing ending in 1090?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the report you generated for some of the items you tested in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 78 X-ray.
Admitted.
And is this also from Joseph Storno and received on July 27, 2022?
Yes.
And does it have the same notation about the initials being resubmitted on August 31st, 2022?
Yes.
What number and letter does this report pertain to?
3M1 through 3M4.
And what is the either imprint or color of those items?
3M1 were tablets with the markings of 10/325M523. 3M2 were tablets with imprint T194. 3M3 were tablets with markings 931174. And 3M4 were tablets with the markings IBU 600.
And did any of those items test positive for any substances?
3M1 and 3M2 were chemically analyzed, and yes.
What substance?
Oxycodone.
And what was the net weight of those items?
3M1, total net weight was 5.846 grams, and 3M2 was 6.179 grams.
Bless you. I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 79 X-ray X-ray. If you could take a moment to review that. Do you recognize this report?
Yes.
And does it also pertain to the APD case number ending in 1090?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of one of the reports you generated for this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 79 X-ray X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. What number and letter does this pertain to?
3M5.
And what is the either imprint or identifying marker of 3M5?
Tablets with an imprint of 512.
Did this test positive for any substance?
Yes.
What substance?
Oxycodone.
And what was the net weight of this item?
Total net weight of 4.768 grams.
Thank you. I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 80 X-ray X-ray. If you could take a moment and please review that, ma'am. Do you recognize this report?
Yes.
And does this also pertain to the APD case number ending in 1090
Yes.
that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of one of the reports you generated for that case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 80 X-ray X-ray.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. What number and letter does this report pertain to?
3M6 and 3M7.
And were those items did they ever test positive for any controlled substance?
Yes.
What substance?
Oxycodone.
And what was the identifying markers of those items?
3M6 were tablets with marking K56, and 3M7 were tablets with marking RP10325.
And what was the net weight of those two items?
3M6 was a total net weight of 2.068 grams, and 3M7 was a total net weight of less than 1 gram.
And these were also received initially on July 27, 2022, requested by Joseph Storno?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as 81 X-ray X-ray. Thank you. If you could take a moment to look over that, please. Is this also a report you generated for the APD case number ending in 1090?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of one of the reports you generated for this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 81 X-ray X-ray.
Admitted.
And does this also pertain to the assortment of pills bags that you opened up earlier?
Yes.
What number and letter does this report pertain to?
3M8 through 3M11.
And is there any identifying markers on those items?
3M8 were tablets with a marking E50520. 3M9 were tablets with marking B97320. 3M10 were capsules with marking 30 mg ELI-515. And 3M11 were black tablets.
And did any of those items test positive for any controlled substance?
3M8 through 3M10 did.
And what was that controlled substance?
Amphetamine.
And what was the net weight of those items that tested positive for amphetamine?
3M8 was a total weight of 3.715 grams. 3M9 was a total weight of less than 1 gram. 3M10 was a total weight of 2.146 grams.
I am approaching the witness with what's marked as 82 X-ray X-ray. If you could have a moment and look at that. And Your Honor, before I'm going to approach with 82 X-ray through 85 X-ray. And if you could, we'll go by one, but those are the last reports we'll be covering. If you could do me a favor and just look over those and look up at me when you're ready. Do all 5 of these reports pertain to the APD case number ending in 1090?
Yes.
Same DOFIS case number we've been discussing?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of some of the reports you generated from testing the items received for that case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence 82 X-ray through 85 X-ray.
They're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now for 82 X-ray and 83 X-ray. Can you look at those together? Are both of these from Joseph Storno and received on July 27, 2022?
Yes.
What is 82 X-ray?
I tested 1 container with liquid.
And what did that container, if anything, come back with?
Analysis confirmed the presence of codeine and promethazine.
And for 83 X-ray, how many, what did you receive for that report? What does it state that the items were contained in?
1 bucket with liquid.
And what did that liquid, if anything, come back and returned as?
Analysis confirmed the presence of codeine and promethazine.
Do you also, hold on one second. I wanted to show you what's already been admitted as 40 X-ray Bravo. Do you see any Georgia Bureau investigation markings on that item?
I do.
Do you see any notations that you made?
Yes.
Is this one of the items you tested that you just discussed for, that tested positive for promethazine?
Yes.
And I also want to show you what's already been admitted. As long as this box doesn't break on me. As 40 X-ray alpha. If you could just do me a favor and look at these markings on this box. Do you recognize some of the markings on this?
The APD case number, yes.
And do you see, I'll come grab this in just a second. Do you see any Georgia Bureau of Investigation markings on that?
Not on the outside of the package.
And when you have a large amount of items that we discussed earlier, is it normal for the the GBI to test some of the items received?
Yes.
Now, I am handing you what's been marked as 18 X-ray alpha. If you could take a brief moment. Do you have a report that we just admitted that's 84 X-ray?
Yes.
What was received with that report?
A total of 6 bags of leafy material.
And what was that leafy material, did it test positive for any substance?
Yes, the presence of genus cannabis.
And what was the weight of that substance?
A total weight of 449.17 grams.
And did it have what's commonly referred to as THC in that substance?
Yes.
Would that be classified as marijuana?
Yes.
And did I ask you what was the weight of that substance?
Yes.
Okay. And is that item before you, do you see any markings that you made on the bag before you?
Yes.
And does that pertain to this report that's marked as 84 X-ray?
Yes.
One brief moment, Your Honor. One more item, ma'am. I'm approaching with 40 X-ray Charlie. Do you recognize any markings that you made on that item?
Yes.
And is that the markings you always make when you test the substances?
Yes, my initials and seal, initials and date on the seal.
And are you able to tell just from the outside of that item and your markings what that item returned as?
Confirm the presence of codeine and promethazine.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Honor, the state doesn't have any more questions for this witness at this time.
All right, are there defense questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused, and I think that'll probably bring us to the end of today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'll just have y'all back here at our usual time of 9 for you, and just a reminder, don't look at any kind of internet, blog, post, social media, newscast, anything, any kind of source of information about this case or anybody involved in it. Don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. And we'll see you in the morning. Thank you. Anything we need to put on the record before we break for the evening?
On behalf of Mr. Kendrick.
Okay, so we mentioned off the record, Ms. Taylor, who's our court reporter for today, was also our court reporter the day after Detective Dennis's testimony, and it may be that the bench conference that we are all remembering was that morning. So Ms. Taylor's going to search and come up with a rough of that bench conference and provide it to us in the morning. And we're going to look in more detail on Friday during our non-jury day at exactly what we have left in terms of witnesses and evidence. But it is anticipated that we might need proposed jury instructions well before we had, or I had originally asked for y'all to provide those. So be thinking about that. What else? Yeah.
So my understanding is that the state is just going to continue to go down the list provided. Is that accurate?
No, Your Honor, it appears we've been trying to confirm our witnesses for tomorrow.
Okay.
There's been a lot of scheduling conflicts, so we need to regroup as a team to figure out everyone's coming tomorrow. We will do that as soon as we leave here, as soon as that is.
Is it going to be, is whomever's going to be testifying tomorrow, at least somewhere on this week's witness list? Okay, that should be fine.
And so my understanding, I'm reading, I guess how I want to read the court's comments. My understanding is we are looking for instructions on what was stated regarding the Detective Dennis and Detective Thorpe possibly coming in as it relates to Mr. Kendrick's statement. But when we're looking for those that bench conference,
Yeah.
I'm confused.
So my recollection is, as I mentioned this morning, is that when Dennis's testimony was excluded as a sanction, somebody from the state asked, well, if somebody else could cover the same testimony, are we totally excluded from even, touching on the topics, or is it just Dennis who's excluded? And my ruling was, no, if you already have somebody on the witness list and they can cover the same topic, then fine, you can ask through them.
Right. And my understanding is that would apply to Mr. Kendrick's statement, who they were originally potentially seeking Investigator Dennis to testify about. That does not apply to Mr. Stillwell's statement, which I objected to this morning, that they chose not to ask.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything in their order of proof and exhibits witness list that suggests that they were going to ask Detective Dennis anything about Mr. Stillwell's statement. And they had already covered, it seemed, everything that they were going to get into about when Mr. Stillwell was the intended victim and Ms. Jones was killed, without any indication that that was anything. I mean, that would have been the time to get into that, and there weren't other witnesses listed that they haven't already gotten to yet. So my ruling on that is they don't get
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
circle back just because it may be now that Detective Thorpe is coming in because the state figured out it was him and not some other witness who needs to testify to.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're thinking of Detective Griffin. Detective Griffin is the person who he was present for when Mr. Jackson was.
Right. And Detective Thorpe wasn't listed as somebody who was going to testify then.
We hadn't gotten, in the sequence of events, we hadn't gotten to it because his interview was months.
You hadn't gotten to the Jones killing?
We got to the Jones killing. It's not related to the Jones killing.
I know.
Well, Detective Thorpe also.
It was an interview that was taken of Mr. Stillwell at the time he was talking to them about having been a witness/victim of that killing, right?
Right, and I'm bearing the lead, I think, a little bit. Detective Thorpe also testified as the lead investigator for the Donovan Thomas case.
Right, and he already testified.
Right, he already testified. They never asked about it, and that's kind of my stance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Is there anything else for this? All right. I think we'll see each other at 8:45 in the morning. Sound okay? I was going to say sound good, but y'all would just say no. That doesn't sound good. So not going to ask that. All right. See y'all in the morning.
Thank you. Yeah.
I believe previously I had raised an issue with the court regarding the sheriff's department waking up my client very, very early, and you had assisted us by asking the sheriff's department to wake them up later, maybe closer to 7, is that right? And they'd been accommodating that, but apparently that changed for some reason this week, and they're back to waking
This
them up.
week is in today?
Today, correct? Waking them up pre-dawn. So I don't know if you would be so kind as to say something to them again. if
Okay, I
possible.
mean, I don't know, you know, I know that the sheriff's office works hard and is perpetually short-staffed these days and has lots of people to get different places on Mondays especially. But, I mean, if we're gonna, they're both at Rice Street, right? They're not some
That's correct, Your Honor.
satellite facility. Okay, I mean, to the extent possible, you know, just wake them up in time to get what needs to get done and transport them over here in time to be here and ready for court at 8:45. If that has to be 5 in the morning, then it has to be. But if there's no reason for it to be, then try to let them get some sleep.
Thank
That's
you,
all
Your
I'm
Honor.
going to say about that. Okay.
That's fine. Thank you, Your
All
Honor. I
right.
appreciate it.
No problem.